Pick up another you call. In the parking lot Tucson. Are you with me? When I stand with the roof gone, I pull up like Jimmy Neutron. Looking like you get a roof on. Like you haul, and I know we need to go slow, but we could go faster. Maybe the best.
Hola, hola, ¿cómo estás? ¿Cómo estás? Welcome in. Hello to everyone. It's going down tonight. Hold on, wait. Hey, girl.
What's up, honey?
Now the storm. Oh, Lord.
Lord have mercy, because it is a hot ass mess.
Hot ain't the word. So, what did she think
It's
she
awful.
was? What would she think she was going to do?
I'm trying to figure out really, like, I mean, I understand part of it, but for the simple fact, like, what do you really think you accomplished? Like, I'm just trying to figure out. I finally went back and I found the part of the live that y'all told me where she was like asking Ryan about when Ryan came over. I'm like, bitch, what was that?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to change anything. It's not going to change that he left you. It's not going to change that he cheated for 8 years. So I'm just like, what was the point of bringing it up?
Why would she go and y'all didn't chat to herself? Oh, I did this for harassment. And let me say this.
Girl.
I was in the LaTruth saga, you know, the whole thing with Breonna and Robert. People were getting doxxed, calling jobs, it was a lot going on. And,
right.
You know, my thing in harassing people jobs, do you know these people put out things on people and the judge said it was just internet? The only way that it'll be harassment if it's like any harm to anything. And that's the only thing. But Yanni saying what she's saying is like she got the right to it. It's freedom of speech.
Exactly. So if you get to sit up here and harass a motherfucker for 6 years, talk about them, say that you want to unalive them, talk about their looks, talk about their body. You mean to tell me you think that's harassment what Yanni is doing? No, bitch, what you're doing is flat out cyber stalking.
Mm-hmm. And it don't work because all they're going to say is internet. Listen, that's all they say. Listen, this is just the internet. She got the freedom of speech. If you put it out there, it's nothing that nobody can do.
Correct.
If she was stalking you or anything, that's different. She's not stalking you.
Exactly.
Out there, it's nothing nobody can do.
Like she keeps trying to convince her audience, well, I think you guys have an idea about me through reactors. No, bitch, we're reacting off of the shit that you put out there. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
What's up, Black and Booty?
Hey.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hey, y'all. I'm so motherfucking weak. First of all, I don't see how young, like, I'm not really like a good impersonator. Like, I know how to like impersonate like white people's voices and shit like that. And I don't know, probably like black men and Hotep voices and shit. But it's like the way Yanni be doing Tuna, man, she got that whole down to a science. Like, I can't even control it. Like, I'll be in this motherfucker in literal tears. It's insane to me. Like, and she barely even break character and be laughing. Like, how are you able to do this?
She has her down to her fucking mannerism.
Everything.
To the getting off track and talking and skipping all over. I mean, that motherfucker has her down pat. I don't care what anyone fucking says. She's fucking hilarious.
She's hilarious. Like, it's no different than like and that's what I wanted to lead up to the harassment bullshit, because if that's the case, like, think about it. If you are, around our age, you remember the era of In Living Color and shit. You leave two motherfuckers for shit like this. It's nothing you could do. Like look at Erica Kirk. It's nothing that Erica Kirk could do about Drewski. Nothing.
Nothing. And he got freedom of speech. Not
Amanda-
something-
And really, that's really the only good thing left about this damn country is that you can make fun of people who ain't shit.
Exactly. Drewski, that's merely a skit. What you motherfuckers have been doing for years, putting on blackface and shit, like, oh, it's so much worse than that.
Thank
You're
you.
uptight about a fucking skit? Girl.
Thank you. And remember when Elon Musk was like, but if we did blackface, then it'd be a problem. Bitch, what the fuck you mean? You've been doing this shit for over 100 years. Are you insane?
Right. The fuck?
But that's the thing about like red hatters. They operate off hypocrisy. Like it's nothing but it's basically freedom for me, none for thee. You know, bondage for thee, no bondage for me. Like, you know, it's bullshit.
And nothing is based off of no real facts, like how they like to say it. It's all about fucking emotions and for the moment. So I can't even
But
take
they
those
just,
fucking
yeah, and they the same motherfuckers that'd be like facts over feelings. Well, I wasn't on the motherfucking facts. I've been waiting on them for 400 years.
Right.
They go like, where are the facts? Like, this shit is so embarrassing.
This shit is great. Child, she's still reading Olivia over there, child. She done.
Yeah.
And she fucking deserves it because, bitch, what you thought you were doing today? Like that mother, she is trying so
On point. She gonna be
hard.
on one for a while. She gonna be on. She upset. Her whole demeanor changed when she heard about that house. What?
She's been fucking. I know those motherfuckers, the roaches, and everybody gonna be up all goddamn night because you when a motherfucker in the house and mad, it just throws off the whole
Everything.
Right.
Yep.
And the vibe is all fucked up. You know where they would normally go in the back of the cabinet and eat bread. Now they on the refrigerator handle, you know, eating the leftover ketchup that's on the side of the motherfucker. You know, it's getting bad over that motherfucker. Like,
it's getting bad as shit over there. Nobody's getting peace. The cats and shit probably hiding. Like they are over there.
Yes.
God damn.
It's sad.
Like I remember when Yanni first started doing skits, man. Because at first I thought this shit was gonna be trash. So I'm like, man, I fuck with Yanni, but this is probably about to be garbage. Man, she started doing that shit. I was in this bitch.
It's fucking hilarious. She holds up a mirror to Olivia that she does not want to look
at all.
Right. Hey, remember when Yanni used to be like, be like, Yanni, please stop, baby. It's just, oh man,
hilarious.
It's
hilarious.
sad.
It is.
Like
And
you're
then
so easily clockable. Like, yeah, go ahead, Marie.
I'm sorry to ask that little girl that.
This shit was so fucking. I almost threw the fuck up. Like, why would you bring that bullshit up to your daughter and talking about? Remember when what did he say? Don't say anything. Bitches still don't prove nothing that he fucked and left. So what are you talking about?
Thank you. When I motherfucking because I was in and out of that chat because I'm like, when this bitch gonna start talking shit? Because you know the whole gotta act unbothered. Like, you know, I don't really care, you know, because I don't want like, hey, let's keep it a stack. It's 8 billion people on this motherfucking planet. Almost everyone wants something to call their own. Almost everyone wants a home and to say they own land. And you know, this is dreams and aspirations for the most bottom of society to the middle to the top. Everybody wants something that they can call their own. Ho, you scout the internet looking for dick to claim as your own.
Right.
You think that we're stupid enough to believe that you don't want a home built from the ground up from a nigga that you're obsessed with?
Right.
Yes.
That shit was so, you know, I don't want that. And then like when she was talking to that baby, I said, damn, this whole, but you know, it ain't like Tuna necessarily sunk low because you know, there is no low for Tuna to sink too. But it's like, damn, why you say that to that? Because think about it, Ryan may not know, but I think that Christian and Robin kind of know what sex is at this point, even though like you know how like as a kid you kind of like instinctively know things. It's like, yeah, I think adults do probably take their clothes off and do things that that only grown-ups do or whatever. So I think like Robin and Christian know that their parents was screwing here and there. But it's like, just think about it. One day Ryan is gonna grow up and be like, oh my God. So my dad used to go over my mom. Wait a minute. Tuna think it's some live shit. Like Tuna think this is some sharp shit to be telling her children. Like,
yeah. Because see, I heard she already got in trouble for that before. She wasn't. So,
and I mean, her trying to process that as a kid, and the fact that 5 minutes later you up here telling the little girl, don't ever let a man cheat on you. But like, what the fuck?
and I was like, how you tell that little girl that and you lay with men that have nothing?
Exactly. Shit.
Every time this baby come over here, you got a child in your stomach from a nigga that you don't know or she don't fucking know.
Yeah.
What you talking about? Don't ever let him in. Like, who? Oh man. That's some nasty shit, man.
That's some low down shit. And the fact that, someone said, are you harp too much on the race aspect? No, it's important because you have this ruthless white woman raising these children. That's very important.
Hell, if you ask me, it's the only thing that matters.
Right. What the fuck? I mean, the damage that she is causing those children is just it's undeniable. Like,
I don't give a fuck about this bitch being a hoe. Like, that's a non-motherfucking factor to me. Like, I'm one of them women, like, I don't know, like, I'm free. I don't care about women being whores. I care about women being bad moms.
Right, exactly.
And in this case, Tuna's a bad mom because she's a white bitch that is raising black children. You understand what I'm saying? Like Tuna could get them and, fuck mass niggas. It wouldn't be nowhere around them. And if she took care of them, I'd be like, she a hoe, but I don't care. Like that bitch, her kids be, draped up and dripped out. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. Like them kids eat good. She take good care of them kids. I don't care what that hoe do.
Yeah.
But that's not the case here.
What y'all think about hearing that Nisha is still getting harassed and going to court? Like making a police report.
So Nisha is getting harassed?
Mm-hmm. You already know who, girl.
Ooh.
What I think is I'm glad that Texas is an open carry state. That's what I think.
Correct, because I'm just
I'm glad that Nisha is a Southern Belle, and let's get it.
Because I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna keep it light because I'm respectful of your channel, but that bitch would have been done had that would have been me. She would talk who that bitch. The thing of she would have been. Them kids would have had a T-shirt. I mean, what are you talking about?
Y'all was in there
literally. Like her harassing me would have been like a distant memory, something that we laugh and joke about because it would no longer be. So okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be nothing. I didn't hear that part though. I mean, I didn't.
Well, when y'all go back and watch it, she said that she going to the police station, and then Yanni said about how, and I knew they was doing it because she put her page on private.
Yeah,
and I feel like people subscribe to her little minions to go bother her because of Olivia, because they do it to Gerard.
It just disgusts me. And ain't no nigga worth this. And that's what pisses me off about this, because the life that Gerard is providing for Nisha, she deserves it minus the baggage that is coming with this.
Yes.
Hell yeah, Nisha deserve a house from the, built from the ground up.
Yeah.
But Tuna's roaches included? Hell no. Man, hell nah. No.
she is very up. She is upset. Like I knew when she did that live almost 3 hours.
Oh yeah, fucking fuming. You know she follows her from when she had her fucking page open because the girl don't trust anybody to come over and follow her anymore. You know, ever since she blocked it, but there's no fucking way Olivia probably following her for 3 or 4 pages.
On her we gotta go watch that. I didn't know she threatened her tonight on the live. What?
Yeah, she did. Now she did say something about I'm gonna pop those two, and then I'm gonna pop this one on the internet. She did say that.
She making threats like that in the state of Texas?
But I want that bitch to pull back up that video. Put that video back, Olivia, where you said outwardly out of your mouth that you were gonna unalive Nisha and her family. Say, I want you to put that live back up because you definitely said it.
Somebody
was this recent or something from a few months or a few years ago?
This was from a few years ago. And that whole she tried.
Okay, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I thought you were saying there was something recently. Yeah, Tuna did say that.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. Like the blatant hypocrisy. You do this, yet somehow you go on a woman's channel who been clocking you for years. Like Tuna, let's just get this shit on the flow, bitch.
Does she not know that people?
What you say, Melissa?
Did she not know that man that she loves so much that can't? Oh God, I'm trying to be nice. Hot Wheels is trying to give a person like her an alive penalty.
Yeah.
Oh well, she just gotta learn.
Yeah, let's get this shit on the floor. Like nobody cares. So, and that's the thing. Like she's affiliated with a party that literally has strict laws who are trying to enact laws against people like her.
And guess what?
If her party had its way, she would be like in an insane asylum.
Exactly. But let me tell you something else. They already targeting women. So go ahead.
Why you have to being steadily irresponsible? Because the thing with Olivia is that she wants everyone to care that she's a hoe. Girl, we don't care about what you do with your coochie. We keep saying that. We're talking about the kids.
Thank you.
It's the kids.
Okay, so Natalie Corley Cuteness just said, she said that when AJ was born, she said she was going to pop up on Nisha and delete her, and then turned around and said, shaking my head, this is not a threat. And
oh, baby, I'm about to to put her in a mental institution today.
Tuna Ben needed Baker acting. Fuck Britney Spears. Fuck Wendy Williams. Where is the Baker Act for Tuna? Where's the caregiving? Where's the payee and the direct support for this person?
Right.
There's no fucking way. And I know a lot of people that don't like to talk about this shit, but that is what kind of like got me with this nigga. But it's like when you understand the mind of these black men, it doesn't matter what level of danger they're in, they're putting someone else in when it comes to these kind of women. They'll do whatever.
Yeah. Oh, do she really think that man is gonna let her touch his wife?
That's the thing. But like Lux just said, Gerard is so and I hate to say this about him, but fuck Gerard, I don't care. Okay, so like it's like Gerard is good with his hands. If he goes to a construction site or anything that requires like manual labor, dealing with machinery, by the city or whomever, he can follow directions and he can do what needs to be done as far as that, to earn a living, because he's ambitious and he's smart enough to do that. But when it comes to his sex life, Gerard is a nasty like, so he doesn't, I don't even think Gerard even thinks about like, oh, this gonna hurt my wife, what this gonna do to my woman. He don't think of this. Oh, I'm getting me some pussy from this old bitch. And that's all he doesn't have the cognitive reasoning. I mean, don't get me wrong. Of course, there's a huge part of him that doesn't give a fuck, period. But I don't think he doesn't have the cognitive ability to even equate it. Like he just
Yeah.
And then
He
I
just-
think he thinks he can clean it up with gifts. Like, well,
Exactly.
my wife found out, I get a Cartier bracelet, I was going to get us a nice, beautiful home built up from the ground up. Yes, my ears.
I
Yeah. Go
I'm
ahead, Mars.
sorry. I
No,
I
go ahead.
I really believe that she messed up tonight because if they recorded that and somebody in that chat know who the judge is that watched her, he's going to jail.
And it's just like me, you need to be mindful of that because you have a choice in the matter, sir. You did not have to do what you did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it's consequences that come with this shit. So you very well, I don't know what the fuck was going through your brain, what you were thinking
Right.
about, but I mean,
Yeah.
you have done a million other fucking things before you done that. And I really feel it's just like Olivia said about him a long time ago. I mean, which is true. She was like, I mean, she said it in such an elementary way, but she was like, he's peanut butter and jelly, but he's really that simple minded to where he just looks at Olivia as a crazy baby mama.
Mm-hmm.
She said he looks at what?
She said, Gerard is peanut butter and jelly. Like he's very simple.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody taught her that, huh? That's so
And that was her way of saying that he was slow, but I'm like, bitch, the absolute nerve, but whatever.
But the thing, don't get me wrong, that is the pot calling the kettle because Tuna,
Right.
that's very rich coming from you. But I mean, she's right.
Yeah, she was.
Gerard can go, like I said, go to a construction site. They're gonna swim the plan. Like, look, nigga, this is what you gonna do. He like, okay, I'm gonna get it done, boss. I'm gonna make a $10,000 check every 2 weeks, and get the fuck home and go eat Nisha ass. You know what I'm saying? But if Tuna, I don't know what goes on, but I do think that he does not have sexual control. I do not believe that he does.
I think she is one of those pit me's we talk. You know who she remind me of? Oh, that just came in my brain. That is crazy. Holly. Remember Romika, the baby mama?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Very well.
It amazes me the amount of women that are willing to ruin their own lives for the sake of phallus.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like she really going crazy because Tay don't want her.
Yeah.
So you gonna try to make somebody want you? That girl, Tay don't.
And then she keeps, but it's not like like these top influencers. Maybe not even top influencers, but like the mid girls who, have like they got like nice homes, nice condos, and they're getting with like maybe not prestigious or affluent men, but just decent men who are like school teachers, accountants, bankers, things like that, and they be getting played by them niggas. Exactly. So, and these women are well to do. These women are financially okay. So, Tuna, you're getting dumped by people who sleep on trains.
I mean, you literally got annihilated on the fucking internet by a nigga that pees in the street. So it's just like in the middle of the street at that. So
and she was sitting there all lovey-dovey. I'm like, girl.
Yeah, like remember when Solo left Tuna like that second time? That man was in the halfway house with his roommate. Like, man, fuck that bitch. Like, damn. Like, you can't even afford to say fuck her and you still did it.
And you still fucking did it. And that's how serious these niggas are. They don't care. And it's just like she wants one of them to care about her so bad. I'm like,
so bad. So bad.
I knew she was about that house. When she told me something, I miss Tay. I say, oh, girl.
Hey, you miss Tay is crazy.
It's fun. Because what? That's
like me saying I miss that nigga that got these old air conditioners out my motherfucking basement. Like, God, I seen it. Like,
You just a nigga that hang out at the gas station. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
like, hey, what up, bro? You want to
to
make $50? Hey, come to my house. Get this shit out of my garage, bro.
Right.
How much you want? Shit, I want to just go give me some Pall Mall. You know, Milwaukee's best. All right, nigga. And then I start fucking him and shit, and he start getting on the internet and dogging me.
dogging the shit out of you. Cause what the
Like, what part of the game is this? This is embarrassing.
That girl is the best. I
Is
gotta
she-
play.
Malish, do you mind playing for the people that were not there, because I was in and out of Tuna's chat?
Yeah, I'm finna play
The
it.
part where she said something to that baby about her daddy fucking
I'm
being
finna go
over
to
there.
it.
You know, like that
But
shit
you know
was
what?
cute.
You know what? That's not her first time doing that, because she said it. She said, yeah, they tell
I
them
know.
what they want to tell them. So that means confirms that she did say something when they was messing around, and she told them kids.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
nasty.
remember when she was in the live? And she
Uh-huh.
was like, even Robin told me, God, and my kids
Got the
are
mental
older
time.
than her children.
Mm-hmm.
And my kids ain't never said, Mama, stop messing with daddy.
Mm.
Like, that's how they know. Like, that's how you know. Like,
They know it's
don't get me wrong. After a while, my
Mhm.
kids was like, I see why you left daddy. Like, who cares? Like, but they ain't never used to be like, Mom, stop having sex with daddy. Like, stop bringing him up. Like, man,
think-
that's embarrassing.
That's
embarrassing
embarrassing.
shit.
And you know what? They love Nisha.
They do.
And
And
they
you
don't.
confusing the fuck out of them too. Like, I mean,
Then
that
she-
oof.
what pisses me off is that they have no other gauge
Mhm.
like to understand normalcy. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like for those of us that have grown up with any type of dysfunction, you know how you grow up with like whether it's a lot of confusion or a little bit of confusion. It's like you're innately, you know what's right and what's wrong, but there's nobody around to validate it. So you kind of feel like you're by yourself. Like you kind of feel like, is this right? Should my dad be doing this? Or is my mom wrong? And is my stepmom really the bad guy? Or is it my mom and dad? Like, you know what I mean? They're not adults. They don't know what's
They
going
don't
on.
understand too much. Yeah.
This shit. Okay, naturally, Chloe said, now do I think Nisha is scary and would allow Liv to step to her out of the way? I don't believe Nisha's asleep at all when it comes to her. She's probably sitting on ready for Liv. But hell, I
Let me
would.
tell you
I
something.
would.
She has every right to protect herself in the state of Texas. And one
Yep.
thing
Yeah.
about it, she probably is building a paper trail. So if anything happened,
Yeah.
You
She
can't
covered.
say nigga. Yeah.
right, she covered. So she better leave Stella. Come get your child. Come get her. Come get her. You need to try to see what you can do with her, because she's losing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell, Stella conceived her on Skid Row. So what the fuck that bitch gonna do?
Right.
I'm sorry, y'all. That pisses me off.
Let me. I think
And I
it's
know
right
you
here.
Yeah,
Ain't it?
it's
ugly
right up
bitch
in
to
here.
run it back to another dumb ugly bitch. So make sure you guys do that, please. Thank you.
What?
Damn, that got a soul blow.
I'm China Bay.
Why is she doing that in front of the kids?
She can't even enjoy a moment with her kids.
Thank
She
you.
doing this in front of all the kids.
Yeah.
She can say whatever.
I told y'all that AJ called Nisha name and he said it and she didn't listen to it. That let me know she talks about Nisha around them.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
pathetic.
How the fuck he said Nisha name, but he hadn't said Gerard name?
Or a
Uh-huh.
solo fucking name.
Right. Who is daddy?
That means she
That
talking
little
about
boy don't even know what
Right.
he talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah.
just saying shit. Like, you know, that whole, I want CP yet. Boy, do you know who the fuck that is? Hey, go sit your little Jeffrey Dahmer looking ass down. I'm sick of you, period.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
What she wants to say. And I'm gonna say whatever the fuck I want to say. And guess what? My kids are still gonna tell me whatever the fuck I want them to. Fuck you, off his voice, hoe. I know all your business, bitch. And I will forever
Ooh.
know all your business, hoe.
Hold on.
Fuck out of here.
Malish, this reminds me, and I think Lux said this earlier. She acts like a teenager that just moved out of her mother's home, out of her parents'
She's so
home,
happy she's
and like
out
got
of
her
house.
own apartment.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I got me an apartment, and all the guys, you guys didn't never let me fuck. I'm gonna fuck everybody. You know, you guys kept me in the house, but let me do nothing. You know, I'm gonna suck all these black dicks. You guys can kiss my ass.
Yeah, that's what it
Like,
reminds
you know, that's her behavior.
Drinking
She
Smirnoff and smoking cigarettes and shit. This bitch.
Yeah.
Right.
She remind me
Drinking
of the
Smirnoff's best ice and shit. Like, yeah, you guys didn't leave me the fuck alone and get out of my goddamn business. And pouring it over ice with roaches in that motherfucker. Like, hey, Tuna, you got to relax, ho. Bitch, this ain't 2005, bitch. You gotta chill.
What the
Right.
fuck?
She remind me of the Bad Kids on Board.
Right. Like, yeah, my name is Rebecca. And yeah, I like to suck dick behind Dairy Queen. And you guys can kiss my fucking ass, man.
How she say it, how they be watch when she come down there, they gonna be like, boo, you bitches are haters. You're all ugly and broke. They be like,
Right. Catch me outside. How about that?
right. Maury gonna be trying to talk to her. Them bitches mad, I get more dick than them. I'm a dick dash. He gonna be like, well, what, Olivia, what's a dick dash?
And she like, you know, it's like when you order that, you know, because bitches are jealous, you know. Let's keep it real, you know. And then I get my back blown out on a casket bed,
Yeah.
you know, on a vampire in Brooklyn bed. You know, what you bitches know about that? You don't know nothing. You know, I got a fish dinner the other night. What did you bitches get? Nothing. Like, Tona, baby.
I think
This
that
is
$10 fish plate under $10, child, please.
Correct.
Please.
Oh.
She live now. Oh,
Again?
no.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she's
What else is there to talk about? Oh, what are you doing?
Please stop harassing me. I can't die. Is she crying on live? Oh my God, this is sad.
Oh my God,
They
Melissa,
said-
you need to turn it on there.
there when she's layered in cat hair, dander, and baby batter. Yes. We got to see Criminal Minds over that motherfucker.
Not this bitch over here putting out her whole damn government. Like,
Please
come
stop
on, man.
impersonating me. Yeah, it's really sick. You know, this person is saying a lot of things, a lot of like damaging things.
Yeah,
to my
tearing your
character,
ass
to
up.
who I am. She's saying things like just crazy stuff, you guys. It is scary. She shows up to places I'm at.
What?
She ain't did
and
that
I
in
don't want
5 years.
anything-
Shut up, bitch.
Olivia, she's in the state of Georgia. Her phone the towers in Georgia will ping that she is at her house. The towers in Georgia will ping that she is at her house. Child.
Hey, True Baby said she
I don't
does
care
not
for this
realize
person
this
at
was
all.
what
Understand,
SNL
you
was
guys.
built on.
I'm a public
Exactly.
figure. I understand people are going to discuss me. That's normal, but impersonating me, harassing me,
What?
being in contact with people that I know in real life to try to
They talk to her.
They
Olivia,
talk to her, bitch. What the fuck?
She can do that.
gain more information about me and bring it to the internet and sell my information to people. And,
Look, she's
it's
stimming.
just, and speaking about my kids, having recordings of my kids, saying that you have sexual images of my kids. Like, it's really, it's like to the point. So I just have to put this video out here because I'm pressing charges. I am.
No, you're not.
I am. You can
No,
say I'm
she's not.
stalking you or whatever. You can say it. That's not true. It's not true. I just want you to stop talking about me. I want you
Nope.
to cease. Like, stop talking
gonna
about me.
happen.
I'm asking publicly. I'm gonna send you a cease and desist to your address. Please sign for it. And just stop talking about me. And you'll be good. I mean, I won't have to press charges if you just stop talking about me.
Sorry, y'all.
You ain't gonna be able to do it regardless, bitch. It don't matter what you do.
And meanwhile, you won't stop fucking talking about her. So what the fuck is it that you what is it that you're wanting, Erica Kirk? What is it that you're wanting?
You don't even. She could have been something in the email.
Girl, this been going on for how long now? Like
years.
Like, stop, knock it off.
Yeah, 6 years.
Child.
Keep in mind, this started when a woman that knew nothing about her, a woman that had nothing to do with her.
Yep.
Was just like literally living her life.
Yep.
Came on here, said I forget what Chrissy did or said.
Well, I want to watch a movie.
And this whole start beefing with her for nothing.
For no reason.
I've already taken it to the police.
How you gonna take something to the police? They're not gonna do it.
I've already taken it to the police, baby. Yeah, it's already been reported.
Child.
But there's steps to it because it's not.
She gotta pay. You want me to tell y'all? She don't got the money.
She don't have shit.
Come on, baby. She has to pay, and I can tell you from experience, that girl gotta pay like $300 some to start this, and it has to go into another state.
This hoe couldn't even get her own kids a meal a piece when they went out to eat. But you're finna pursue this shit, bitch. Let this go and let it ride. Fuck you.
Right.
Thank you. Not to mention, you claimed that you lost Nisha's kids for $100 more.
Right.
So which is it? Bitch, we ain't forget. You said you lost Nisha's children for 400 bones.
Mm-hmm.
So where the paper at? So this is the thing. Are you going to pursue this for X amount of dollars? You're not. You just want people to stop. And they're not going to. You've made yourself a laughing stock and a pariah. It's over.
It's over with it.
The fact that she sit here talking about I sent it to the police, you can't do that. You have to go to the courthouse to do that. And you gotta pay money. I seen it being done. I seen it being done.
I can't stand the police. But you think they don't look at this shit like, ma'am, yeah, we'll get back with you.
Right. Do you know how many fucking niggas it is hanging outside of people's windows, prying on them, stalking them, breaking in their house? Bitch, they don't have time for this shit.
At all. At all.
There are people making calls stating that their husband has been following them to work every day, and they're not even doing nothing about that.
Correct.
Yeah.
You think they're gonna do something about? Oh, Tuna, no. I want you to get your chin and neck ratio together because that shit is melting like a hoe, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
And let's just get this shit on the floor. Like, Tuna, no.
This is crazy because I don't know why she I don't know, child. She's weird.
Like,
very.
There's steps to it, and that this is one of the steps.
No, baby.
Oh, you can't even get the steps. Goddamn it, nah. Bitch, it's so many steps you could have taken in your motherfucking life that don't even include internet shit, and you didn't do it. Bitch, you fucking crazy. If you think anybody is stupid enough to believe that you would pursue this shit, like, absolutely not. Bitch, you're insane. And I know her chat like, yeah, go ahead and do it, Tuna. We love you. You're beautiful. We don't care about your chin and your neck ratio.
Look what someone said. People talk about celebrities all day. What makes you? Because what?
Right.
Come on, TMZ would be gone.
Right.
Saturday Night Live and Mad TV and Dave Chappelle, like them shows didn't get gone because of. Like, this is what people do.
Exactly. You can hear Chew Baby. Chew Baby. Can you
hear me?
Oh, I can hear. We can hear you now. You can hear us? We can hear you.
Yeah, tell her we heard her.
Yeah, we heard you. Hold on. But I don't understand why we gotta see, oh, please stop harassing me. Please. Please.
Yeah,
stop.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. I just didn't know.
Yeah, we can
I
hear
can hear
you.
everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that's why I made the comment. Like, this is what SNL was built on.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mad TV, Living
Hmm.
Color.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle, like, come on, like, okay, so like, now when I think about like what Tasha K did to Cardi B,
That's different. Yeah.
that's different. But I never publicly like went against Tasha K because I stand, you know, like with black women, like regardless, no, like you got to do something terribly egregious for me to be like, oh yeah, I'm turning my back on you. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't necessarily like love or support Tasha K, but I'm not about to be like, oh, she deserved to get sued. Like, I don't do that. So,
Yeah.
like, and that's the thing. Yanni is not even spreading egregious rumors about Tuna because
Nope.
that's defamation of character.
Exactly.
Yanni's not doing that. So, Tuna, you don't have a case. Just like you ain't got a case with your motherfucking kids, bitch.
But she is. She is.
I mean,
Yeah.
and I'm glad they're not letting her get away with that shit over there. I'm just like, come on, bitch. You have done honestly way worse. A few skits here and there. Fuck off. That's not hurting your feelings. You're just mad because you don't have any real comebacks and you know
Right.
that this is your real life, what she's doing. And
Yeah.
just putting it up here
Right.
in your face
Why
like
is
that, you can't take it.
Right.
Right,
Why is
because if this
another
was
reactor?
literally for entertainment purposes only, Tuna
Yeah.
would be like, I don't give a fuck. This is the thing. Tuna is upset and hurt because Yanni got her down to a science, and this is literally her real life, and Yanni is mocking it and making fun of it. But it's sad because Tuna mocks and makes fun. Like I was saying it the other day, Tuna and Nika are like parodies of their own selves.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird.
I
Like
don't
I've never
understand.
seen somebody mock their own life so much to where they literally become satires of their own selves.
Yeah. And then you got
I
one
don't
of her
understand all the dysfunction.
right. One of her reactor reporters talking about people calling little kids gay. What? I don't understand.
Well, when she made that comment about Christian,
I don't know.
that's what I don't understand. She has such a weird outlook on things that
Yeah.
not a regular person would even think or even
Thank
come to
you.
mind with. Am I lagging?
No.
No, I just turned my fan off.
Oh, okay. I
Hey,
sleep with the
babe.
fan on. I got you.
Hey, ladies.
But
Hey.
Hey.
I don't understand the dysfunction and chaos. Like, she knew she would have the kids for the weekend. Why not make sure that the younger two were fed and bathed, and then the older kids could stay up? She could have done like a pillow, blanket, fort, and everybody watch a movie and just hang out together, put the younger two to bed while she spent time with the older three. I mean, it's just chaos to me.
Yep.
And
Oh,
I
true,
couldn't.
baby. You a normal person. Bless your heart.
Hey, I only had a couple of kids. There ain't no way I'm getting out 6. I don't have the patience for it. But I just don't understand it. And it's weird because just as much chaos happens even when the Web3 aren't there.
Yeah.
Especially with Kailani and that screaming. Ooh, the back of my hand would be raw if my kids would scream at me like that. And I'm
But
old
the thing
school.
is, a normal parent would nip that in the butt. Like, this is the thing. Kids don't come
Right.
out perfect. They learn what they see. So I remember, shit, my baby start talking at 10 months and a year old. So you know, babies start to get their own mind, and it's like, sit down, let mommy give you this. Mommy wants you to do A, B, and C, and they be like, no. Once that very first time your child tells you no, your job as a parent is to say, you don't say that to me.
correction.
You better not ever say that to me because it's initial. It's a you don't tell me no, and after that, it never happened. Like I mean, if you up in this bitch, everybody know that your children are not perfect, but as a parent, you have to know that you gotta nip certain behaviors. You don't laugh at certain behaviors, and then when you get tired of it, you start beating ass. That's not the way shit go. You nips that shit. And my kids can say whatever the fuck they want.
And you started early, too.
Yeah, I can walk past my kids' room cussing motherfuckers smooth out.
Yeah.
But guess what? They don't say it to me, so I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Now she's saying that Robin is hurt from women talking about her. Let me play.
She is absolutely disgusting.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go. I just have to put this out here. So to me, freedom of speech, very much so, but not defamation of character. No.
Lies. This is not defamation of character. Nope.
It is not.
Because of all the things that woman has done to Robin, she is laying her own faults on that young little girl.
Yep.
And it is absolutely disgusting because she's trying to make Robin feel just as bad as her because she wants to empathize with Robin, and you absolutely do not do that to a child.
Let me jump in here. Now, we all know that we're dealing with an idiot. I'm waiting for you, Melissa, to break out with tears of a clown. So I do understand that we are dealing with an idiot, like you, everybody up here on the panel and in your audience. And I have a law enforcement background, not just being a police officer, but also being in dispatch up until the last few years. The point I'm trying to make is Olivia is all over the place. We already know she doesn't understand how law works. She doesn't understand how all of this works. She can run her tail down every other day to make what are called incident reports. What they're doing is it's a file. If they get bored and they got an intern, they may have them look at some incident reports to see if they can make something out of it. But there's nothing that anybody is doing, maybe except for tuna or fish, that's probably a crime. So if anything, it's civil. It's all civil. And guess what? There's something called freedom of speech. We exercise it every day, just like she's always crowing about it. Olivia's job is to keep the loyalty gang on the line. And it also feeds her humiliation fetish in her, you always say that she's oppositional defiant. I had a brother that was oppositional defiant, so I know firsthand what that looks like. And it's very frustrating until you learn to ignore them. You say your truth, and you know it's the truth, and you keep it stepping.
Right.
But I just find this all entertaining. And when I came up here, Malish, I had to use this old picture. I used to be my name used to be Sis Soldier, and I love this picture. Now when I was looking, I'm like, oh, I forgot about this picture. But this is just all, and Olivia. This is sad to say. She has zero self-awareness. She really and truly believes that she's in the right. And really, she is something to be pitied. She doesn't understand that the joke is on her. I just feel bad for the kids. I really do. And I'll be honest with you. AJ used to get on my I fight little kids. I got tons of nieces and nephews and great nieces and nephews. And auntie don't play. And little smart mouths, you learn real quick. And I don't do physical. I know how to talk to the kids. But I do feel sorry for AJ and Kailani and this other baby that's coming because they don't have anybody on their side. They have nobody to look out for them. And I remember just having a conversation with a 14-year-old. This was real quick. I'm trying to get this out. And you Black and Bougie, you know what I'm talking about. This was on the West Side. I was over on the West Side, District 3. And I'll never forget, there was an incident where the son was 14 and he got into it with his mother's boyfriend. I'm getting bits and pieces. And it was me and another young lady. She was backing me up. We're both rookies. We're young. But I got, my life experience, which is different from this young lady who I partner up with. And I thought I heard that this man had been in his mama's life for 7 years. And I'm like, young man, it's been 7 years. He said 7 years. He said 7 months. So basically what was going on is that Mama got to have a life too, like Liv. But for 14 years, this boy, pretty much all 14 years, it's been him and his little sister. She made him the man of the house. Then she brought a ninja in that decided he was going to start running the house. And I told her, I said, you done made this boy the man of the house, and you bring. She's like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? You pick your son, and that's where Olivia is falling down with AJ. Yep. Christian is gone. Christian is so handsome. That boy's gonna be a heartbreaker, and he's an athlete. He's far beyond her grasp already. Thank God. But AJ, the way he's acting now, you rather correct it and nip it in the bud while they're 4 than they get 14, because it's going to be something else. And Kailani, if she picks up, I'm praying, this Kai and this baby girl, if they're anything like their mama, they'll be dropping out of school too.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad. And you know, we can kiki and laugh, and she can come over here and say we're just haters, but she know deep down inside that she is like digging out of sand, sinking. She's digging for her life, and she's losing. And you know, she could correct this, but she needs therapy. She needs medication. And who is going to make her do that? That's one of the hardest things to do with somebody who suffers from mental illness, is for them to get them to recognize that. So, you know, this is very sad to me. But on another note, I still don't like her. Just because she has a mental health issue, I still can't condone her behavior. I still can't justify it. And I'm
okay, Bank, I got a question.
Yeah.
So, like, are you fully sure that nothing can come from this? Like, nothing, like, there are no legal ramifications that can come from this? Because what Yanni is doing is literally satire. It's literally parody. It's no different from A Living Color, Mad TV, and Saturday Night Live. So, are you for certain that there is nothing that can come from this?
Unless Olivia lies, and we know she can lie. But then it'll all come out in the wash. Now, it may cost a little bit if it can get that far. But criminal charge, I can put charges on you if I wanted to. Civilly, I can do that. But criminally, there has to be elements. There has to be elements of a crime, and the police officers don't decide that. When I used to file paperwork, I can write it up as, you know, stalking or harassment. It goes to the DA's office, and I'm telling you, the DA looking at it is going to be assistant DAs or a clerk or something, and it has to meet all the elements. This is a public forum.
You said the DA can look at it as what?
No, what I'm saying, they actually decide whether or not they're going to actually press charges. The police officers only make the report and recommend. So the way it worked in our city, is that I would make the report. It would go to what we had, district investigators. They would say, okay, this looks like it's a pretty good case. There's, you know, they'll talk to the person who, they'll investigate it basically at a lower level. Then they say, okay, we might have a crime here. Let's send this to the district attorney. The district attorney's office can say, no, it doesn't meet these elements. Think about Dallas and everything that's going on in the world.
Also, Liv would have to spend the time to create the portfolio and folders.
Yes, she could
read all of her.
Like, don't get me. I was never confident about this in the first place, but now that I hear from Bank, I really am not. Like, nothing's gonna happen.
Nothing is going to happen.
See, what the problem is, Liv got Jasmine, because Jasmine was foolish enough to say some of the things that Liv actually said to Nisha. Yep. You know, and Jasmine didn't have the wherewithal to learn how to, you know, pull back. And, you know, Olivia goes after the lowest hanging fruit. Like we all are saying, she wouldn't come see, she's having a problem now. Now she's doing a PR to me campaign against Yanni, because she already knows. Yanni knows the game. You know, she knows the game.
Right. Yanni also has that video of where Liv said she was going to slap the dog-ish out of her. If everybody she saw her,
Olivia.
Everybody has that video, which is bodily harm through a threat. So, and then, I mean, Liv has said a multitude of threats to people. So it's like, and just to reiterate, like, Liv is not going to a civil proceeding with a lawyer. Those lawyers in a civil proceeding are so expensive.
And there's something called discovery. Guess what that means? Like Yanni said, you have to
They're
open up
running through it
everything.
all.
Mhm. Yep, she's
What
gonna
you
have to
say,
come
Bank?
clean
You
about
say
everything.
Yanni said that you have to do what?
Discovery. That means that Yanni could subpoena her medical records. Yanni could subpoena, YouTube for every video that Liv thinks that she's took down.
Yep.
She would have to open up a can of worms. And she didn't even read her custody agreement. She didn't read her
Thank
divorce
you. So
papers.
there's no way in hell. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then not only that, but behind the scenes, when you pay a lawyer to send out the subpoenas and all that, you're also paying by the hour for these lawyers to go through all of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No.
In a way,
There's
she's
no
talking to
way.
them. I'm
There's
surprised
no way Liv could afford that.
No, she can't afford child support.
Well, to be quite honest, if the shoe was on my foot, I would be in contact with her probation officer. I would be telling and sending them stuff about what's going on between me and her, not all the other stuff. Because Liv is really, I think, honestly, in my opinion, I think this little $25 hustle she got going that she found out.
Hold on.
Okay.
Who called? Who's first? Well, okay. First of all, I'm gonna say this: his tendencies are Jeffrey Dahmer. If she needs to get a hold of it, he is doing it out of anger.
Oh yeah, JKT. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
feel
you're in the wrong
for that. I don't care.
So take that same energy over there when Liv is talking about people's deceased children.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I bet you won't say nothing about what Tuna said about Clee. I bet
Clee.
you won't say nothing about
Oh
what
my
Tuna
God.
said about Yanni's
A
grandmother
4-year-old
and her
doesn't
departed
fling
children.
animals.
I bet you won't say
Exactly.
that.
And Jasmine's
Like,
kids.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
I bet you won't say nothing about the false allegations that Tuna put on Hips and Tuna's children. Please. This is a made up account. Shit, if you go to that shit probably was just made an hour ago. Fuck you.
Probably was.
Oh,
I
want to make a real good one. I'm sorry.
Call her
Thank
out.
you, Bank.
It cracks me up how they have this blind spot, and I wasn't even joking. I was talking about her chat like it's full of people with, you got some people who sympathize because they've been done wrong and they are just as damaged as Liv. But for her to be carrying this vitriol and this anger, it's eating her up inside, and I am surprised that she is able to. It's going to manifest itself. Let me tell you something. My older sister, real quick, she had 5 kids. And she was married. And it wasn't the best situation. She got out of it. She took care of her kids. But the stress on her body and the stress on being a single mom, it made her susceptible to autoimmune illness, lupus. My sister passed away a day before my birthday 4 years ago.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
She was 59 years old. But having all these kids, and my sister was getting prenatal care. Liv is not. So she's okay. I remember when I hit 42, my body said, "You old bitch." Everything started to go crazy.
I'm 45 and my shit's starting to change. Like I be walking around in the mall like, damn, I need a motherfucking lemonade. I need it.
So Liv,
I need something. I got to chill out. Like it's just
it's gonna hit Liv because I'm looking at Stella and I'm looking at Meemaw. It's coming, Liv. Keep talking.
She better relax.
Yeah. Thank you, Bank. We appreciate we appreciate your insight because like I'm not legally privy. Like I don't know legalese. I don't know anything about like when it comes to like legal matters and things like that. But I do know that we live in a bullshit ass country that at the very least it allows people to talk shit about other people. Like, and that's the one thing that sets us apart from other nations. Other nations, you get beheaded for talking shit about other people. But in this here, America KKK, you can talk shit about whoever you want.
Yep.
Black and bougie. Think about it. Yeah, everybody think about it. Liv has bullied her family for years. She
That's true.
bullied Gerard, and she's bullied
Yes.
these men that we don't want. And she's bullied, and she's been able to get her way because she thinks it's because of her big bad personality. No, this has always been my theory. Mima and now Stella got on board with it, and Raquel got on board with it. They pay Liv to stay away.
Yep.
They pay her to stay out of their lives. They pay
Also because
it's almost like
girl.
this is the wayward, downtrodden relative. You know, give her $50. You know, give her 100. Like just as long as she don't come over here. You know,
you gotta see a movie called Pacific Heights, and it's with Michael McKean. It's an old 80s movie. It's good. That his family was rich. He had psychiatric problems. They paid him a stipend to stay away from them. And I think that's what they do and Liv.
Yeah.
They just give her money so she don't come back to California or don't come back to Florida because it's easier. The life is a lot smoother. You see, Stella finally got some breathing room. Now, I'm not letting that hand off the hook, but she got breathing room. She don't want to be up under her there and live. Neither does Raquel.
I get it. It's almost like, okay, you know, just let her go. I just gave her A, B, and C. Like, remember Gerard said, "Shit, your own goddamn stepdaddy called you a deviant." I don't know what that is, but he called you that. Like what?
And if Gerard really wanted to rake
out
her,
of his mouth,
if he really wanted to rake her over the coals about that child support. Because it even states that Gerard said he didn't want the child support, but the judge was like, that's not happening. She needs to pay child support. His lawyer could have subpoenaed. His lawyer could have subpoenaed her Cash App, her PayPal, Venmo. They could have subpoenaed YouTube. There were so many avenues that Gerard could have taken to actually seeing her income, and he could have subpoenaed Stella's as well, because Stella is mentioned in the court paperwork, which gives the lawyer the right to subpoena who's ever a witness.
Exactly.
Which means that he's still attempting to show them grace.
Right.
Right.
It's pretty sad.
And she wants to keep hollering, he wants my money. She didn't want your money.
She used to be pretty. And you know, I have a friend who went no contact, but I've known this person since I was like 3 years old. Our families are really close, like family. And as an adult, she kind of separated herself from the whole family, not just her mom. But she was her mother's biggest defender when she was Robin's age and when she was a teenager. When she got to be in her 20s and 30s, start having her own kids, she started to separate. By the time she was 40, zero contact. So Liv doesn't understand. Robin can only process what's going on through a child's mind.
Yeah.
And once she gets that separate, that's why Liv is starting to see that separation. Now that's why I said Kristen and Robin was outside while she was popping her ish. She had Ryan. She's trying to recruit Ryan now. Because she's losing her grip.
Yeah, because the older two are beginning to develop a level of understanding and beginning to decipher what's right and what's wrong. And that's a problem. So let me do her. You know, let me use her.
Yeah. I feel like, I'm just gonna be honest. If he wanted, I feel like she needs to be nice. If he wants the stuff that she hiding when it comes to finances from Gerard, I truly believe that he can go ahead and do that. So she might just want to figure out how to co-parent.
Do what, Melissa?
Subpoena her mother's stuff.
Yeah.
And I feel like he should. I feel like he got to stop being so nice. I do. I feel like she does not have or know any boundaries, and she keeps crossing them.
True.
Yeah, I think
just might be the
Gerard is
form.
like cognitively not, you know, all the way like the way that he should be. And then I think that he's you know, like he's kind of like, you know, like not sexually disciplined. So it's like I don't want to do too much to her. I don't know, like maybe to have sexual access to her. I don't know.
What if it's more of a thing where like, and I'm not sticking up for Gerard, but what if it's more of a thing where like, yes, him and Olivia were always active together, but what if he didn't really like Olivia's body type?
Oh.
And then when he stepped out, he was getting a body type that he actually preferred. And then when he met Nisha, he was like, oh, okay, I don't have to like walk the yellow brick road to find the tower. And then, you know, and I'm trying to put this in the nicest way possible, but because honestly, I'm going to say it straight up. I don't think that the kids and Gerard played in Nisha's face. Because if Liv had that evidence,
yes,
she would have definitely showed that. Him standing at her front doorbell cam, or you know, him doing this and that.
Thinking about that too. Yeah.
I just don't believe it, and there's no way that like Liv or Gerard would even be on board with his kids being like, "Shh, don't tell your stepmom, Nisha. Like, shh, don't say that." Because the man even said himself, I don't want my daughters to be like you.
Absolutely.
So why would he?
So, okay, True Baby, I gotta ask you, right? So you think this whole
I think the whole affair was absolutely made up.
You think it's a complete lie?
I
like,
do
period.
Oh, I think it's a whole lie.
Oh, Robin telling Tuna, like, please stop messing with my dad. You guys only get into it. You guys are only having arguments. Like, why are you messing with my dad? Like, you think that's a complete lie?
I do. I think that it's all a lie. And I think that what she's saying is, please stop talking dad. Excuse me. I'm eating Starburst jelly beans. They're stuck in my teeth.
God, that sounds so fucking good. I have not.
I found them 2 for $6
at
CVS. Yeah.
Hey, stop talking about it, please.
Listen, here's the thing. I'm with you, baby. Because number one, Liv, if she had the proof, she would definitely have played it. But also, we got to think as women and women in relationships, when we had doubts about what's going on with our men and when they got busted, we usually had good proof of that. Okay, we had proof. The woman called us or showed us something. See, in my day, we didn't have social media. But think about it.
Right.
Liv runs her mouth and makes up all these stories. I guarantee you there is a story that she has made up or fed to the internet that Nisha is sitting there saying, because Nisha ain't going to come on and say anything. Wait a minute. Gerard was here. He was right here that day, that whole day.
Why has she not sent the proof to Nisha?
Well, that too. But what I'm saying is that nothing is... Liv is one of these kids, I believe, is a child who made up fantasy worlds. I believe that it's repeating, history repeating itself. I believe that with Raquel, her dad was Gerard. And he was like, I'm not playing these games with you, Stella. This is my child, and I'm going to see her. Okay? Liv was just out there in the forest. You know, she was out there wanting Raquel's life. That's why she made up these contradictory lies about her dad. I don't believe her story about Gerard. Maybe there was some flirtation because a man is going to flirt. A man is always going to test and see if he can come back. I don't think that's appropriate. I wouldn't like that for Nisha, and I hate that Gerard indulged Olivia. But I think that the whole affair, if she had his pinky toe to take a picture of, we would have seen his pinky toe.
Right.
That's just me. But I can see why people do believe her, because she tells a very convincing tale. And that's what she does. She floods the zone. But a lot of us have caught on to her deflection, distraction, manipulation. If you go back to some of the old videos, and there's people like Mr. and Mrs. Cakes out there, there's a lot of reactors that are no longer reacting or recording any of their stuff. There used to be screen records before StreamYard was a thing that would tell the whole story. Olivia is stuck. She has not changed from 7 years ago. You can go back to a video of her 7 years ago, and it's basically what we're looking at on the screen.
There's also a very solid piece of Olivia's past, where when she was messing with Brandon, right? And she was going over to his girlfriend's apartment, she kept taking pictures of herself and Brandon in that girlfriend's apartment in their bed.
Exactly.
And
So
she
why are you
reached
not
out
doing
to the
it?
girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if she was able to access any one of these men's women that they have, she would absolutely flood them with something.
Yeah.
Like, what did that one guy say? Oh, she started calling my people. Or Misha, when Misha was over at the dude's house in Misha's story,
Oh yeah.
and then she called his people. Why
Mm-hmm.
am I going to call Joanne from, 2nd Street, or, Samantha, who lives down in wherever? Why am I calling random people about a person that we're just only knowing through links? So
Mm-hmm.
Olivia has this preface of, like, Olivia's the type of person to get into a fight with a man and then call his mom and be like, why did you raise him like that?
That's
I
true.
Like,
agree.
she just wants to include everybody
Mhm.
under her umbrella.
Yeah.
So
A
there's
fuckery.
no way. Yeah, a fuckery. It's a factory of a fuckery. Excuse my
Yeah.
language. But it just baffles me, because it's like his mama could be sitting out on the back deck in Florida enjoying a mimosa while she's up in Rhode Island fighting with him, and then she calls his mama in Florida and she's like, oh my god, you're not gonna believe what he did. And his mom's like, I really don't care. He's your problem now. He just includes everybody. And that would be like me and my husband
she does
fighting.
that for like a sense of validation. She does that
Right.
so that people will be like, "Oh, I agree with you. You're right.
He's a bad person." That'd be like me and my husband fighting, and then I call his best friend, and I'm like, he's such an asshole. My husband's best friend is gonna be like, and you slept with him.
Now, what the fuck you want me to say?
Like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, like
you want me to come charging in the war for you?
Nigga. Like the fuck?
Yeah. Like, she tries to like create an army behind these people, and then when she calls them, she's just looking crazy, because these people will be with him when she's not with him, regardless of the fact.
Because that's what I'm saying. Because the thing is, these people are going to be with him regardless, because they ride for him regardless.
Exactly.
And Tuna does not have that.
No.
Like, Tuna comes here for validation. Gerard has family. Nisha has family. Hell, Stella and motherfucking Raquel got motherfuckers outside of Tuna, that's giving them a sense of fulfillment and some kind of life. And, like, Tuna is just one of those people where it's like, give her enough for a carton of Newports to last her for the month, and pay her rent and her water bill, and just keep her away from here. Like, do not.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I apologize.
No. Yeah, no, it's fine.
I was just going to say, just asking you guys here on the panel, and I'm never for a man not stepping up and taking care of his responsibility. But I am old enough to remember before child support enforcement was like the really big thing. A man could just literally say, it's not my child.
Yeah.
But I also remember an old Judge Joe Brown episode, and the guy was in a case and his daughter was in her 20s, and he was telling her, he said, the reason why I didn't come around when you was younger, he says, because your mama made it so hard for me. And I always just figured I'd just wait till you turn 18. He apologized to her. But looking at what Gerard had to go through, I'm not saying that Joey or Zolo or even Gamer Bay, if he is the dad, they're right, because now men have more rights. Gerard has also proven that. But when a mama makes it so hard for you to just even be in their space, people have made the point she's handpicked these men. I believe, except for this last baby, I don't think she knows who the daddy is, because I believe there's some other men that was coming in that we weren't privy to. But I just think she makes it so hard for these men to even. She listen to Joey. We go back and listen to Joey's story. It lines up with the blocking and the unblocking, the running away out of town, the blocking, the unblocking. And Olivia does this. She's doing it now with Gamer Bay. She did it with Gerard. Same thing. She picked those kids up and went hightailed it to Florida. How many times did she leave? And this is the last thing that I really, well, not the last thing, because I'll have something else. But this is one thing I just really want to make clear to anyone, and I don't think anybody here, but I love the way she keeps reiterating that she left Gerard. We all know that's not true.
That's not
I was there. She didn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to make a point on the thing that you said before that, but go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, so what I'm saying with that last point that you said before, what you just said, I don't care. Because as a man, I'm gonna need you to choose better.
Right.
Like I'm gonna need you as a man to stop impregnating people. Like, let's keep it a stack. Okay, so Joey, you was not
I think
even
she's lying to these men.
Okay, this is the thing.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, that is completely fine. Like what you just said, that is completely fine.
I think she's lying, saying that she's on birth control, her tubes are tied or something.
As a woman, this is what I think as a woman, because I do not give grace to males. Okay, so Joey, you were in when did Joey meet Tuna? In Texas or Florida?
Florida.
Okay, so you should have chose better.
Yep.
Joey, you went to Florida for whatever fucked up ass reason. I don't care about the reason why. I don't care about the reason behind it or anything like that. But what you did do is you fucked a random bitch off POF. Not only did you fuck a random hoe off POF, you fucked that hoe raw. No code, no nothing. And then you had the nerve to take your big dirty ass back to fucking Rochester. Like, like this whole, this is the thing. Joy, you couldn't sense her desperation. Like, let's keep it a stat. Joy, you was desperate too.
Yes.
Because you left Carmen. So, Joey, you went to Florida, fucked the bitch out POF that you ain't even know. And then you even said your motherfucking self that the hoe was too big for you. Like you know what I'm saying? You like big bitches, but you ain't know the hoe was that motherfucking big. Not to mention your standard so much in the trash, bro. That you fucked this bitch and she had an arm baby. Your words, not mine. So you fucked the hoe that you met off POF with an arm baby. You fucked her raw. And then, so I guess I'm assuming that Tuna told you that she was pregnant with your child once you headed, you know what I'm saying? Once you was already back in Rochester.
Yep.
I don't got no grace for you, nigga.
Well, let's not forget, he was busy in the time warp machine becoming a Jamaican cop.
That's what I'm saying. You just as ratchet as her. Like, I literally have zero grace for that.
Oh, you know what though, Black and Bougie, I didn't get to really flesh it out. I'm 100% with you on that. I mean, that's the standard I've held. I remember being a young girl in my early 20s, a little hot in the pants, messing around dating guys. And one thing that struck me one time with the guy that I was filling out, and he was making all these excuses as to why he wasn't seeing his child. Now, in my family, the men saw their children, regardless. Whether they were on support or not, or whether the mama was tripping or not. My brother had two baby mamas that were tripping. So I couldn't understand, like, well, if you really want to be a part of your child's life, why don't you get the paperwork done? I'm talking about this is in the 90s. They wouldn't do it. So I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you. I wish that more men would join. We could somehow get some men that are not of the manosphere to have this conversation. Why is it okay for you to look at a single mom with kids, knowing that she has no regard for her body, for you to be that reckless to leave your seedlings just out here? Because unfortunately, that is the problem that we're seeing. That's the problem that these boys are
that's what I'm
growing up
saying,
without
Bank.
fathers. Yeah, they're growing up without
Yeah,
fathers, but
that's
they're
what I'm
blaming the
saying,
mom.
Bank. Like the same group of men who are going out here on this smear campaign against women are the same group of men who are creating the very women that they don't like. You don't get to do that. I mean, don't get me wrong. You do get to do it, but not without pushback from women like me. Like you don't get to do that. You don't get to go out this motherfucker and create single mothers. And create children with women that you have no aspirations, no dreams, or no goals of being with, and then turn around and talk about how the fuck you don't like single mothers. That's crazy.
Exactly.
That's not the way this shit works. And so what you gonna do, hoe ass nigga? This is what the fuck your bitch ass gonna do, nigga. Because I'm a nigga too. Like, this the thing. I don't give a fuck about no nigga. I don't have grace for niggas. I don't have sympathy, mercy, care, nothing for no nigga. So this is the same thing. The same thing you tell black women, oh, you should have chose better. Then this what you hoe ass niggas should have did. So this is the thing. Joy, I want to ask you, how in the fuck did you end up in Florida and you all the way from the top of the map?
Right.
What Cash Money say? I bring them back from the bottom of the map. So nigga, you went all the way to the bottom of the map. Fuck the bitch that you ain't even know. And let's keep it a stack, Joey. Only reason you fucked Tuna is because she had light bright, damn near white, and the hoe was fat. Joey, you like fat hoes.
She's a chubby chaser, yeah.
Yeah, you a chubby chaser. So let's keep it a stack, Joey. You fucked up.
Oh no, that's not a chubby chaser. That's a BBBBBW lover.
Hey, I wouldn't give a fuck, motherfucking church penny loaf wearing slick slider lemon pepper steppers ass nigga. I wouldn't give a fuck. But let's keep it a stack, nigga. You fucked her. You fucked her, nigga. And you know why you didn't care? You know why you didn't care? Because you a nasty nigga and you ain't even give a fuck about what you brought home to Carmen. This is the thing. Joy, you so motherfucking reckless and trifling, bruh, that you fucked Tuna 4, 5, 6 states away, not giving a fuck if you gave Carmen syphilis, herpes, nothing. All you did, you wanted to fuck Tuna. Then you fucked Tuna and you took your big dirty ass back up north. So now you take your big dirty ass back up north and now Tuna calling and stalking you. Oh, I want you to be in our baby's life. But you can't. You can't do it.
Let me tell you, one of the reasons why I call myself Black Auntie No Kids is because I made a conscious decision not to have kids. So when Liv spouts that craziness about can't have kids, I had a choice. And I chose what was best for me. And I am perfectly happy with that choice. But one of the reasons was because none of the men that I dated, even the serious relationship, was somebody that I wanted to have kids with. Now, I know that it could happen. I always promised myself, if I got caught, the baby would be here. My father set the example for me. And I don't care what anybody say, I will fight. I will catch a flight. You talk bad about my dad. My mother already had 2 kids when my father met her, and he took on that responsibility. I watched him treat my mother like the queen that she deserved. She came before us. We got smart with her. We got smart with him. He always put her first. I saw that model. Then I also saw my older 2 siblings, how their dad was. If he couldn't come, he was a Rolling Stone. He had other kids. But all those baby mamas let him come back and play. My mother didn't. And then when she got married, it was over. And guess what? It was over for my brother and sister.
Yeah.
It was over for them. And I saw that, and I'm like, that is not what I want. And I didn't see my mother. It's the second oldest of 17. She is the only one of all of her siblings that was married, and my father passed away. Okay? It's hard out here for women. And I'm like, if I don't need that stress. It still could possibly, love can come in my life. I'm not, I'm not, counting that out. But as far as kids, luckily for me, I was truly blessed. I had siblings who had kids, and honestly, that is enough for me. I do not feel empty. And now that my sister is gone, my niece and my nephews, their kids, they have me and my other sister and my mom. And we feel that void. I don't feel empty. And
Yeah.
you know that Olivia is. I never put the video up. I need to put it up. But Olivia is a case study. She is what they call a devouring mother, and she sees kids as an extension of herself. She doesn't see them as individuals. And you know, it's really sad actually, because she's not the only woman that's like this. We got so many true crime, you know, shows out there that talk about women that are similar to Olivia, but we get to see it live and live in color. And the only thing that I can say is that I just hope that these kids somehow make it out. But if something should happen, that's why I say these reaction videos are important. We have voiced our dissension. You're not going to throw us in as a monolith. She's identifying as a Black woman when it's convenient for her, and that's how society is going to see her should something happen anyway. So
and for me alone, that's a problem within itself. Like you don't like Tuna. It does not identify with the way that we nurture our children, our families, or anything of that nature. So, like you know, that alone is an issue for me. Like I surround myself with Black women. I know the way that Black women behave, the way that we do things, and how we nurture our children. This shit here is not that. So I think the pushback is more so important about, like I said, okay, so I don't know, you know, how many people in here like or love Strong Mommy Chrissy, or how much people hate her or whatever. I didn't care about that. Like when I found Strong Mommy Chrissy, I was like, damn, okay, yeah, she got a lot of kids, got a lot of niggas. Okay, yeah, she a hoe. Okay, I don't give a fuck. How she take care of these kids?
Right.
So I felt like she took care of her children, so I didn't give a fuck. I stopped liking Chrissy when she started being on bullshit. It had literally nothing to do with Chrissy having all those children by all of those niggas.
Exactly.
Because I believe in women being free. Don't get me wrong, I would never what Chrissy did. But I fucks heavy with a woman who takes care of her children. So I'm like, oh yeah, I don't give a fuck. But then when Chrissy started trolling, acting like she had a house, and she really did, I'm like, yeah, now I don't fuck with her.
Hold on. Olivia, get off the spam account. Come over here, and I will drop
Who
the
cares
link.
if I choose to not put my personal information on the internet?
This is her.
Girl.
You know, she's an attention hog. You know, think about it, ladies. We all know, we heard the stories when we weren't supposed to be listening to the conversation. But I know of a personal family friend who did what she had to do to make sure her kids were taken care of. And if she had to entertain a man or two to make sure kids had school clothes, shoes, and food on the table, she may have sacrificed her dignity, quote unquote dignity, but it was for her kids. And that is something that there's still women who do that. And I wouldn't say that Chrissy fought, like you said, she kind of fell off the rails. But there are some in this internet. We don't get to see it all. But there's one young lady, she has 10 kids, and Piece of My Opinion started to do a little thing on her. For all her faults, and I don't agree with a lot of what she does, her kids always come first. That's all we ask for, Tuna. That's all we ask for, Olivia.
I don't do that. Like, I don't. Hey, where the fuck is Lux at?
Drop down.
Can I say something?
Hey, you hear my country ass sister? She said, I'm right here, bitch.
What concerns me with Olivia is that Sandy's 3 web children are still seeing her at 7, 15, and 11 and stuff. She's not going to be able to have a talk with them or even educate them. And I'm white, so if I'm being offensive in any means, please let me know. But say Christian is 15 and she sends him to the pool by himself. She's not going to say, hey, you know, and she doesn't do this either or anyway now, but it's like, you know, be respectful of people. just make sure that you're not hanging out. Just make sure that you're not hanging out with the wrong crowd, or you're not making.
You
Don't
there?
see? Hello?
You cut out, shoe baby. I think I know where she's going, but I think that's where Nisha
Children
and
about
in.
anything that you guys know about, and I'm white years, so please just bear with me. But am I making any sense here?
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Not that I would.
I mean,
But
but
that's going to be AJ's problem.
yes.
Christian luckily has a tribe.
Mm-hmm.
AJ doesn't. That's my fear. AJ doesn't, and we kind of say it jokey, but there is a concern. I have same family. It's a big family, but she raised her son amongst her as a single mom amongst her and her girls, and she was saying how he tended to like the things that she and her daughters like. She's like, but I don't know anything else. I don't like football. I don't like this kind of stuff. I don't like that kind of stuff. But it seems like to me, Olivia does it on purpose. It's almost like a get back to Zolo. If she's not in love with the dad, Gerard is, I think, the only one she truly loved. I think she's infatuated with Zolo. But I think Gerard is the only one that she truly loved. And we know that some women can't separate that. And that's the thing right now. Kailani is cute for now. Wait till this baby comes. Now we gotta see what shade this baby comes out, but you know what I'm saying.
Okay, so that comment right there made me want to segue into what I wanted to talk about initially. So, like to all the people that think that and I'm sure they're not over here. I mean, it might be a few of them, like a few strags or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not that. Okay, so I don't know if y'all heard of edgelords, like edgy, like the quote unquote edgy community or whatever. Do y'all know about? Okay, so this is what it is. For one, Tuna wants to be like E. Kane. Like, let's get that on the flow immediately. Okay, so like Tuna is one of those people that it's like, okay, I have nothing else. I have no variety, personality, or like any like type of, anything going on. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to say bullshit and I'm going to do bullshit, so that I can respond to it. Because let's be honest, like we live in a fucked up society to where, people damn near accept anything.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to like, women, I mean, because let's be honest, we live in a patriarchy. So, like women being loose and promiscuous, like I don't care how fucked up society is. People are always going to be frowning upon promiscuity and women being loose. And let's be wrong. I mean, I get it to a degree, even though there are parts of me that are like, okay, women need to be able to do what the fuck they want. Like, fuck men. But when you get down to the thick of things, any woman worth her salt is gonna always be disgusted by a woman that's letting a man glaze her fetus.
Yeah.
Like no one, like, and it doesn't even matter like about respectability politics, like none of it's gonna matter because at the end of the day you are still allowing a stranger to do this to you.
Yes.
So like when it comes to Tuna, it's like I know it's gross, so I'm gonna say it and shout it to the world because I have no other content. You know what I mean?
On purpose.
Exactly. So, because think about it. Tuna does not have no other content. Tuna cannot wake up in the morning and be like, hey guys, me and the kids just woke up. We're going to make some French. I mean, like, let's keep it a stack. Tuna thinks that adding nutmeg, cinnamon, and heavy cream to your French toast is giving it fancy. I mean, do we agree?
Yeah, I agree.
Tuna literally told her child. He said, "What is French toast?" This hoe said, "You did this." Is Lux laughing?
I'm laughing. Because I know where you going.
This bitch literally said, you know, you take this in here and you dip it in there. And if you want to be extra fancy, you add cinnamon in it. Bitch, what?
It's fucking.
Oh, that is standard.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So when you got this, like when you got this, it's like, you know, this is a whole ass problem right here.
Mm-hmm.
So like when hoes like this talk like this, you know, that's why she has to say like, yeah, I'm fucking somebody while I'm pregnant. Because it's like, what else does she have?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, what else does she have? Because I have to say things for shock value. And even though it's gross, let's keep it aside. Even though it's gross, it makes me look dumb. You know, to me, like Tuna is trying to normalize dysfunction. She's trying to get to a place to where, and don't get me wrong, her chat has fallen for it. Like her chat is like, yeah, because who cares? You know, I let somebody fuck me while I was pregnant. I do too, Tina. You're cool.
Well, also too, she tries to act like biracial. You know, we have a term for it now. Is new.
Yeah.
Just like we have never encountered biracial children. That we, my generation, I was born in 71. I'll be 55 this year. You would think that they didn't start, the blacks and the whites didn't start mixing until Tuna was born.
Right. You know, like we on in a Jim Crow counter. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you know, we ain't selling no nigger pies type shit. Like, what's going on?
She thinks that she is the original biracial mulatto. Listen, I got one of my cousins, he's married to a white girl, white lady. His kids have blonde hair and blue eyes, and they are street. They are hood. They're more hood than I am. They got their hood card harder than me, and I am a dark-skinned black woman. It's about how you're socialized, and that's why she don't know anything about, you know, French toast, and then she calls black cooking. What the hell? Where did that come from? Some of them had her in the basement. I do believe she was locked up in the back bedroom.
Yeah, because their grandmother.
You can tell she don't know her black side, because if she knew any better, it's been going on for centuries of mixed people. There are products of what they used to say the slave master. So, girl, you're no special. Like,
you're not special.
For years.
The thing is, we're not asking you to be special. As a matter of fact, we would love if you were not even around.
Right.
But the problem is that you've ingratiated yourself in you know, in with a group of people who have nothing to do with you. We don't relate to you. You know, the only reason, hell, people are just scared because your children look like us. Like your children look like us and our children. So we're terrified. You know, like your black daughter, your oldest black daughter, looks like my youngest black son. And I'm terrified because your black daughter said that Charlie Kirk wasn't a racist. And that's dangerous.
That's dangerous.
And then and if I could just go back to you talking about, you know, edgelord, okay, so I guess I don't like when people be contrarians for attention, because if Olivia really believed that shit was okay, saying she didn't care about catching AIDS or, you know, the constant crying over Gerard 6 years later, I mean, these people take everything to the extreme, and you take the most unpopular stance on something because you want to pretend like you believe it deeply, but we know you really don't, because you cry about it in
Lord. But you know, okay, so I'm glad you heard them, Lux, because I didn't know that you were here. The thing is that's dangerous to a degree, but it becomes super dangerous when like the larger audience, you know, like you know, like when it reaches a larger level, it's terrifying.
It's terrifying. She has too many followers over there, and younger individuals. Yeah, and younger individuals, and all of those fucking women. So I'm like, what the fuck? You would tell a young girl, oh yeah, you know, fuck all of me, you just fuck everybody, suck it. I mean, it's just.
And then you got wolf up there like, yeah, we love AIDS.
We love AIDS.
The young girl like, yeah, I fucking love it, man. Like, oh God, this is horrifying. Like, what are we gonna do? Like,
and the fact that you have children who you have black children. What are you going to tell your black daughters, which we know that they claim that HIV and AIDS affects the black community, affects black women, affects black girls way more than any other group of individual. Like, this lady is a whore through and through, and that's fine. But be a whore when your kids are not listening. Be a whore when they're not around. Be a better example is all we're saying. Like, I mean, do your whole shit in private.
Yeah, and not to mention, I mean, I doubt, because I feel like in a way you can't make whoredom look good. I mean, I guess there are in some ways, because I'm not like a super fan of whores, but I did like Anna Nicole Smith. I can't lie. I did, like Pamela Anderson. I think, I love them bitches. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't love them more than I love Josephine Baker, our black icons, but I do like Anna Nicole Smith. I do love
they did it right.
Pamela Anderson. But the thing, like they did it. It's like, Tuna, you're advocating
this is ridiculous.
You're advocating quickie broke dick.
Listen, Anna Nicole Smith got a man close to his going to the pearly gates. She got it, and she lived a very. That's the difference.
That's all I'm saying. Like, at least let it be multi-million-dollar penis, even if it didn't work anymore. But you're over here fucking in back alleys, lifting your leg up and washing your cat over the sink. You doing shit like that.
Like, the heel of your foot is literally in the soap dish.
Let me tell you one of the best lessons I got as a adolescent teenage girl was I was in the 9th grade, and it was before class was starting, and we were all just kind of hanging out around the school. And one of my classmates, they were making fun of him because he was dating a girl that wouldn't be considered attractive. And he was like, my uncles told me that P don't have a face. And that stuck with me. At 14, I'm like, oh, okay. And guess what? I've always carried that with me. And what Liv doesn't understand, what she's getting as a 54, 55-year-old woman, I could get that, Liv.
Right.
I can have men off of POF running through here. You are not doing anything exceptional or special. You're not.
Right.
And that's what she doesn't get. She thinks she claims that it's jealousy because, I don't there's some mental health issues. Like we've said that it's undiagnosed on top of everything else that's going on with her. But it's so funny to me that she gets up here and brags that she really thinks that she's doing something to us. I watched a little bit of her live from earlier. She was talking about how this year was going to be the year she's going to cut up. Didn't she say that last year, the year before, the year before?
Oh, this is a year.
I'm still trying to figure out where are we going with this, because you're pregnant with your 6th child. Your ex-husband is literally building. And
that's why
you're regressing.
But that's why when we look at it as people, I mean, of course we can see it for what it is, but like when it comes to her chat, the goalpost is always moving. Because if you're a part of her chat, because if you're a part of her chat, 6 years ago it was nah. I got 3 children by the same man, and he's never leaving me. Then fast forward to now it's nah. I got a baby daddy who's da. Now it's 6 years later, and now I got a baby daddy who's da. Like, and none of it makes it, because she doesn't stand on anything. Like, she lacks integrity. Like, so there's no there's no true goalpost. The goalpost is listen to me, follow me. You know, advocate for my fuckery. Like, you know, it none of it is real.
Yep.
So it's like the people in her chat try to make it seem like, that's crazy how people are so obsessed with you for living your life. No, it's crazy for you, bitch. That years ago, you would have frowned upon this behavior. But you're so obsessed with this raggedy, downtrodden, motherfucking bottom-feeding ass bitch that somehow you have normalized her behavior just so you can stay in her fucking chat.
Yep.
Bitch, please. If this whole change her mind tonight,
Yeah.
Her
you
chat
bitches
owns
will
her.
be right there.
Her chat owns her. And
Well,
that's the thing that she doesn't see, that she has to clown. She has to do this stuff because she can't do anything else. Her pride, you know, they
Nah.
say a man fall before pride. She would be better off just going ahead and getting a job at Walmart or whatever. And I'm not saying that to downplay it, but she has given herself zero choices. She has to. She has to keep that money coming in because, you know, contrary to what she wants her chat to believe, that money that's Stella in her generational wealth is her channel. If she's not producing, then that rent is not going to be paid. And she won't do anything else. She won't do anything else. So she has to come on here and clown. And her chat is her biggest trolls. I just put that in there. They're her biggest trolls.
Yeah.
A real friend would not
And they're her
condone this.
biggest downfall. Like she thinks that they're don't get me wrong, they help her get money. You know, they help her build her channel because it's like, yeah, you know, keep being a whore, keep fucking people from the gas station, you know, or whatever. But you know, for all y'all Bible believers out here, and you know how people say the devil will send someone to you, you know. I mean, that is Wolf, and that is her chat. And I love that for her. Because it's what she deserves. She's not, you know how people say, like, God has heart in people's hearts and things like that. Like, I don't believe that, but somebody done fucked this whole life up.
Career, because it's just like she talks about the reaction. I don't give a fuck that I built my channel around talking about motherfuckers on the internet because I built my channel around it.
Right.
But this bitch, on the other hand, you actually had a family. You had that chocolate and almondy nigga over there that you were bragging about. You were making those half-ass cooked meals. That's what you started off, but you have taken a turn so far off the motherfucking trail. You have no choice but to do this because no one wants to hear anything else from you.
True. She conditioned her audience. She conditioned her audience to get what she's getting. Even her so-called haters. We know how to get a rise out of her. I watched her earlier live where she was playing dumb about Gerard. I think she was fishing to see if anybody would bring it up. But as soon as somebody did, you could see the switch in her face, in her demeanor. And but this is what you created. Liv, this is what you created.
And
the people,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Lux. No, what you say?
No, I was just gonna say, like, truth be told, I mean, she did this on her own because I really feel like had that tramp not went off and had all of those damn kids, so it's just like, girl, who are you really upset at because you did this? That's why you keep trying to convince us that nigga come back. He's never coming back the way that you had him before. Never.
Yeah, she said, oh, he's gonna come back tonight. He's gonna come back tonight.
Never.
Let me ask you this, Malish, because you kind of, you know, keyed in on it that she was being told about the house and everything. But she tried for a minute before that to try to bring up Grandpa Bay, or as I call him, Old Bay. Like she was trying to run that play back. So a part of me is like, did she really know? Because she didn't know they were married. I thought she was just pulling our, you know, at our edges. But I think sometimes she doesn't know. So I'm kind of, what do you think?
I think she did because one of the reactors that followed Nisha, she posted it.
Okay.
And she saw it before she went live already.
Okay.
That's how I say, oh girl, you been knew that. Cause I seen it too when Taylor XO posted it. And I say, oh, that's why she finna go off. I say, yeah,
I'm not following Nisha. I didn't get in time. I'm following Gerard, but not Nisha.
Yeah, me too.
Like she knew he was married. Like she when they were in that fucking hot ass apartment and Stella was there, you heard that motherfucker say, "Me and my wife." You knew that. She looks up all kind of bullshit online all the time. So to come back months later, they really are. Olivia, you knew that shit then. You knew that shit. She tries to act stupid on some things, but some shit she just knows, but it's hurting her so bad. And I think that when we see her cry and act out, she'll say it's over one thing, but it's really what the fuck was going on with Gerard.
But what she doesn't understand is that everything that Gerard has was never possible with her. She is trying to desperately swap with Nisha. And listen, I had to learn that the paths are different in life. The path that you take was the path that you were meant to be on. And if she could just understand that, and she can absorb that, if she had the capability to do that, honestly, she could have made her channel a success. She could be making that 15 to 20,000 a month. And this is where I get on, Jazz, because a lot of people say she's not intellectually able to, but Jazz, you love basketball. You can start a sports podcasting channel for women's basketball and make more money. But you are so busy trying to be one of the girls that you can't see that this is over. You can't tell a story. Nobody's interested in your drama. Right. You love basketball. You are more. I think that's why Jasmine has kids, to be quite honest. She's reaffirming her femininity. She doesn't like these kids, though. But I'm telling you, podcasting, listen, I used to be really heavy into tennis, watching tennis, and I knew everything about it. If I was still in that vein, I would start a podcast, a sports. Those sports podcasts make a lot of money. Jasmine just is hard-headed, and she's like Liv. They cannot listen, I have ran into some magic peen, okay? I have. It was magical, it was life-changing. But at the end of the day, sis gotta eat, and sis gotta grow, and sis gotta, keep it pushing. And sometimes the best revenge to get over, and then just not to get under one, is to do better, is to be happy. They don't want to see you happy, and that's what Liv doesn't understand. Her best revenge against Gerard, and Gerard got his best revenge against Liv, is to go on and be happy.
And what's so funny and hilarious and humiliating is that he does it and he keeps doing it in her face. Yeah. And if the rumors of him fucking her, then that means he keeps coming back and throwing it up in her face, and he continues to leave. Yeah. Like, can you imagine? Can you imagine somebody basically telling you and showing you in your face, like, look, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna leave you. Yeah. I'm gonna take our children. I'm gonna go find somebody better than you. I'm gonna come back, push you through the mattress. And I'm also gonna leave you indebted to me. And then guess what? Every now and then you're gonna go to jail. Because every now and then you're gonna go to jail because of it. Yeah. And I'm still probably gonna come back and push you through that fake ass Posturepedic, because it's not a real mattress. It's just a mattress that you got off Temu. and I'm still gonna do this to you. And I'm gonna have you so stuck that you're going to have multiple children that are not mine. You're going to talk about the world to it. Hey, y'all remember the Deuces remix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That nigga said, all the shit I do for her, you going to hear about it.
Yep.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. And that's true. You know what? You got a point there. And because she is so stuck, she doesn't know how to get unstuck. And that's why I call the next 3 coming up the reps. Because she really believes that she's sticking it to him and Nisha and to us, her haters, that she's having more kids. And I'm sitting back here saying, girl.
The level of mental illness that it takes.
I would be out in the streets
to completely back yourself into a corner and say, hey, look, I win, you lose. Not to mention, And I don't care what nobody say.
Yeah.
These children are not beautiful. They're not smart. They're
Mhm.
not nothing of anything that you can be braggadocious about. These children are nothing but societal burdens, just like you.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you thought that you are shitting on a man who just
And the
bought a
cream,
plot of land
the
and
cream of
built
the
his
crop,
woman a castle on. And,
the
Yeah.
cream of the
and in
crop.
your mind, you thought
Mhm.
that you shitted on him and his wife
Yeah.
because he ate the crack of your gluteus maximus 3 months ago.
And those three oldest got those slave genes running through them. Christian
Through
is a
and through.
beast. He's a beast on the field. And Ryan, oh my God, that we know when we saw her move, we were like, oh, really?
Yeah, she
Oh,
gonna be
really? She
something
got it.
special. All of them
Robin,
are. And
Robin,
that man and his
exactly.
woman cultivated that. That
Yep.
man and his woman, their parents do you realize, and I think all of us do, understand what those children would have been with her?
Oh,
Yeah.
Please, please. Christian would have already robbed McDonald's if he was with her.
Yeah.
let's spit my water.
Christian would
But you're
have
right.
already
Coming
been
from a
sleeping
law
in the back of
enforcement,
Dairy
you're right.
Queen if he was with
You're
her.
right. You're right. Listen, she wouldn't have quit Christian, especially a black boy.
And I'm gonna take it a step further. Gerard would be dead if he was still with her.
Yeah.
He would be
Either that or in a fucking wheelchair. You know, like them hood niggas that be in the wheelchair still selling dope and shit. Like, come on, bro. I got some.
She's
Let
no
me
one's
get some stuff for
inspiration.
10. Right,
She's
like, let
no
me get
one's
some for 10. I
inspiration.
got $7. Like, what?
Let me tell y'all a quick story. My best friend, she's a cutie pie. She is a successful. I mean, we graduated from a academically inclined school that everybody went to college. Her daddy looked at her and said, "What you mean you going to college? Who paying for it?" So she grinded out, made her own way. Fast forward, she got married, did all the right things, had a successful husband. She liked blue collar men, but her husband worked at Ford, so he was bringing in paper. But she was climbing the corporate ladder. They divorced. She meets a new guy. She already has 2 daughters. She got her own house. And he's busy talking about, well, yeah, I'm not trying to be serious. I'm just out here dating. And she was like, oh, okay, well, it's nice knowing you, to shake his hand. He like, huh? What's going on? She's like, I'm not trying to date. I'm looking for a relationship. If you're not interested in a relationship, we can just be friends. I'll see you later. Don't you know? He's like, wait a minute. Hold on. Sit here for a second. Let's talk about this. They've been married for over 20 years. He
Hey.
realized that I ain't let her go. No.
I can't hear everybody's talking at the same time. I'm sorry.
It's okay. She telling something. Hold
I
on.
just want to introduce myself.
No, I'm just
Since
saying.
I'm new to
I'm
over
sorry.
to the mommy sector, I just wanted to. I'm
Okay.
sorry. This is
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I've been talking enough. Go ahead.
I'm echo.
You okay?
Oh,
Go ahead.
am I echoing? I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
Am I echoing?
No,
I wasn't sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt y'all, but I've just been I'll be in the chat, and I'm like, I know I'm new. I'm echoing.
Do you have your volume turned down?
Let me turn it down. I'm sorry. Can y'all hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like I'm okay. It's throwing me off because I'm echoing. I'm hearing myself. I'm sorry. I am a content creator on here, but I do a whole totally different content. So like when I came over to the mommy creator, I was like blown away because I used to always go to Liv's page. I thought she was an influencer. I was bamboozled, and I'm just hearing all this new stuff about her, and I'm like, I just love to hear y'all ladies chat. Y'all have a lot to say, and I'm just glad y'all opened my eye to a lot of things. Because I sit up there and I watch her and I look at her, and she puts herself on this persona and I'm not going to say this allegedly. She says she's she's a biracial woman, and y'all can see I'm a light-skinned woman. But my parents, my father and my mother were Black, but they do have white mixture. My grandfather on my mother's side was white, but I don't know anything about him. I don't know anything but Black culture, and that's all I know. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I have a problem with Liv, and she gets on and she starts doing all this. I'm better than you because I'm light skinned, and that me as a light skinned person, a light skinned Black woman, that offends me more than anything because I'm like, here you are, you put on a persona as a light skinned person, and you're not representing me, sweetheart. You're not representing any other respectable Black woman out there that loves themselves and care about themselves and don't have to put them in a position to say that I'm better than you because my skin is lighter. I have always hated that. I have always hated anybody uh, anybody that thought that they had that light skin privilege. And I know there's women out there, but there's also women out there that like me that's always been proud to be Black. I've always been proud to be who I am. And I just don't get why. I guess I get because she was raised by someone other than a Black woman. I'll put it like that. And I was raised by nothing but Black women and my Black culture. So that's all I know. So it's just it, but she's got Black children and she's got the opportunity to introduce these kids into a whole other community, and she's just totally refusing that by saying that the horrible things that she says, and she don't think that her Black children could hear this. That's very hurtful to a child, to her self-esteem. And I just had to put it out there. And I know y'all been saying that back and forth, but I just had to put my 2 cents in, like I said, because I am a content creator and this is something new to me, but me being a mother of 4 daughters, they are all grown. Well, they're teenagers. My youngest will be 16. So I've raised my children, and to hear this 35-year-old woman to sit there and say the horrible things she said about children, that's hurtful. That's hurtful to me to hear that, because those children are going to go through so much. And I can't say it allegedly because it's a proven fact. You've seen how they act up, and that's really too bad. And it's too sad. But we as Black women have to sit here and listen to this. We sit here, hear her talk, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling because I'm not looking at text. I don't know how this street works, so y'all please see me if I'm talking too much. Tell me shut up. Well,
no, you're fine.
Okay, but I just wanted to say I appreciate y'all. I really do, because y'all are positive Black women in my aspect. Because I hear your thank you. And that's from the bottom of my heart. And y'all don't know me from Canada Paint, but as a Black woman, and I hear the Black women talk, I just want to tell you thank you. And God bless you. And I'm gonna go ahead and step down. Y'all have a good night.
Put your
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So like I just want to tell her right quick because I'm about to run in the store. But I think this is like really important because like for years and I mean I like Pineapples is the one, and I'm not trying to downplay any reactors because I've been in this hole through the thick of it from the beginning, you know, and
I know.
Yeah, so you know, I will never be like, oh, y'all don't talk about, because you know, this is the thing. I feel like if you want change or if you want to see something, you need to be that change. So you don't get to come to other motherfuckers and be like, oh, well, why don't you talk about this or why don't you talk about that? But you know, like the way that my life works and you know how busy my existence is, I've never had the balls, the courage, or the time, you know, to become a reactor. But like when you like when you listen to somebody like Pine and Malish and Sis, let's be real, it's like a refresher course because you know, it's like they're like, look, bitch, this is like they get to the core of the meat of the problem. You know, this is not just some outer surface level issue. This is some deeply embedded fuckery that you are here engaging in. And me as a Black woman, I don't have to take it. Don't get me wrong. I don't have to be here, but bitch, neither the fuck do you. So since you came here, and chose to minimize and play upon and you know, cosplay, a motherfucker like me, I want to listen to women who have pushed back on that. I want to listen to a woman that's like, hold on, bitch, you ain't me.
She
Black
and bitch, and I'm gonna break down the motherfucking ways that you ain't me, bitch. Here, I'm here to show you, ho. I don't give a fuck what your kids look like. I don't give a fuck what type of dicks you sit on, bitch. You ain't me.
Hey, Black and Bougie, before you leave, because you always talked about the fact that you are a lighter complexion. I'm a darker complexion. In my family, colorism wasn't an issue. But just knowing you and listening to you, I have a cousin who is very light, and she swears up and down she ain't light skinned. You could not convince her that she's light skinned. But you know, that's the thing that's missing, that I don't have a problem with skin tone, because like I said, in my family, my mother's like, again, she's number 2 of 17. So they range at the spectrum. And that's never been a thing for me. And then growing up as a child of the 70s and 80s, you know, with the 1 drop rule was still strong in effect. I never had a problem with women who look like, you know, tuna. I've never had a problem with them, because those they've been my allies. I had one in high school who could pass. Both her parents are Black, just like Conscious. And I'll never forget, she's saying this to me. We were in high school, and she says, she had sandy brown hair down to her butt. She was like, I am going to find the blackest man that I can find and have kids with him, because I don't want no one to ever question if my kids are Black. I met her parents. They look like Liv. And you talk about Malcolm X, Angela Davis. That's what I miss about these new biracials. It's okay to claim your whiteness. I have, you know, my nephew is married to a biracial young lady, and she is a sweetheart, and she understands her positioning, and it did come through some trial and tribulation, but that's the problem with Liv in this whole new movement about claiming being biracial. I'm not saying you have to pick, but the reality is society is going to make you pick. But I've never looked at you like, if I met you, I wouldn't say, oh, she light skinned, she thinks she's better. I want to get to know you, and I want to know your heart, and then that all just what matters to me. Liv can catch more flies with honey than vinegar. She could have had a successful channel. She could have had Black women supporting her, but she decided, because we know there's a thing of biracials raised by white moms versus biracials raised by Black moms, and you can clearly see the difference in the isolation. And it's not even just a white mom in Olivia's case; it is a racist white mom who don't like Black people, especially Black women. And it's sad that she has Robin and Ryan. I am their complexion. Robin, Ryan, and as girls. And I'm not going to say anything about Christian, because unfortunately, dark-skinned Black men, they tend to still have it a little bit easier. And then on top of it, I think that little boy is going to be a heartbreaker, like I said. But when they're going to be compared to Kailani and this new baby, it's going to do something to their psyche, and I'm hoping. That's why I am glad. I know a lot of people have a problem with Nisha and Gerard's relationship, but if it wasn't for those 2 Black people over there, they would have. I can't even imagine how they would feel about themselves, because it's hard as a dark-skinned Black woman. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I made the decision for myself that I'm not going to let anybody tell me that I'm less than. I'm going to find the men that are attracted to me. That's what I'm going to focus in on. I'm going to find the women who want to be my friend, who don't use my color as a crutch for them. And that has served me very well. But I had parents that invested in me. So I prayed for Robin and Ryan. And it sounds like to me, Robin is catching on. Ryan, you can't tell that little girl nothing. I don't worry about Ryan. Ryan already knows that her ish don't stink. And I just want that to continue. But that's the problem I have with Liv.
I love that shit down so bad. So, you know, and I will say unfortunately, but it's not unfortunately, my mother is Stella color. My mother is white passing. And from the very moment I can remember, my mother told me, you are black.
Yep.
I don't give a damn what nobody tell you. You are black. Your brothers and sisters is going to look anywhere from like me all the way down to the color of oil. And I don't give a damn what nobody say. You are not better than them.
Right.
I want you to give me some black grandbabies. I do not want you to procreate. Like my mama was on some Malcolm. Remember, if y'all remember the beginning of the Malcolm X movie, my mother was her. And I'm telling you, my mother looked like a clear woman. But
my
great grandmother did give a fuck.
Yeah.
My mama did not give a fuck about none of that shit. She told me from a very early age, yeah, you high yellow.
Y'all
what that mean? Yeah, you ain't better than your people.
Right.
Don't you ever
people,
for a second think you better than your people because you high yellow.
And there are
that don't mean nothing. You advocate for your people and you bring me home some brown grandbabies. And I'm like, well, mama, what if the nigga got money and he light skinned? Well, I don't give a fuck. No, be with him. Like, mama, now, goddamn it, now you're going to have to fall back.
But let me tell you something. All I would attract is light-skinned men, and people used to accuse me of liking light-skinned men.
Yes, my mother was a proud white passing black woman. Very proud. Like loved her people down. My mama was disgusted by colorism. She was disgusted. She would look at women like Nina Simone and Whoopi Goldberg and be like, you think you look better? Shit.
Yeah, my great aunt was white passing, and she my great auntie, my granddad, they was all dark skinned, including my grandmother. But my great grandfather was white passing, and that's what I say. She missed out because if she knew, instead of sitting here, I'm biracial, I got biracial. I got a cousin with blonde hair. Okay, if she knew what it was, Olivia wouldn't be coming on here talking about I'm biracial. I'm not. You guys mad? I got green eyes and curly hair. Girl, do you not understand the whole thing of that? If they wouldn't, and I'm gonna just be honest, Olivia, if Olivia was in the 50s, she would have to choose.
Because they choose for her. No, they would choose for her. She's black.
They would have unalived her. So her coming on here cosplaying and all that stuff, you should be glad they would have unalived you. And that's just a fact. If you would have came out there talking about you're white, my green eyes, my curly hair, that you would have been a problem. They'll have to get rid of you. Because the thing is, you weren't supposed to be put out here like that. Only if they wanted you to. So coming on here trying to put it in women's face doesn't matter. You're still, well, we can't call you black now. You don't mess that up. But let's be for real. So that's all I got a question. Do you guys think that Joey, Zolo, and Gamer Bay are uneducated or about how to get their kids with having these, issues with their background?
I think everyone except for Gamer Bay. Gamer Bay was married, and I think he knows what he's supposed to do to get, custody. Does he want to? I don't know. We'll see. But Zolo is a foster child. He's going around claiming he's biracial, and his foster mother was white, because he don't look biracial to me.
Yeah.
And I still have doubt as to whether AJ is his child. People keep saying he looks like AJ looks like him, but to me he looks like Liv.
Yeah, and he looked like Tuna. But I don't think that go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and Joey's just out here spreading the seed. He calls women his earth. So he's one of those, he been in the clink, as we say. He's one of those Hotep brothers. He thinks that as long as he's spreading the seed, he's doing some
Yeah,
good.
like he think he doing the will of I don't know, because I never, because I'm a little bit privy to what the 5%ers believe and think, but I never. Most of them think that the Black woman is God, and
Yes.
with me being, I hate to say this, but with me being an
We are.
atheist,
We are the earth.
I do appreciate the fact that 5%ers think that Black woman is God. I can't lie. Like, I love it because I feel like I am God. So like when Black men be like, the Black woman is my God, I'll be like, yes, nigga, what you working with, motherfucker? But I like I do think Joey's just a dusty. He's one of those niggas that I done been to prison. Let me get a couple certifications because I can't navigate this world without them. I need to help Carmen pay bills and take care of our children. So I'm gonna go get me a phlebotomy certificate and try to, navigate life or whatever. But yeah, I don't think that it has anything to do with these males being ignorant. I think it has something to do with them not giving a fuck. Because think about it, like if you ain't shit, because like Zolo is not shit. Like,
yeah.
So it's right up his alley that Tuna would try to keep AJ from him. Because hell, he don't want to fuck with him anyway.
You're right. And we know men like that. I mean, it's not always that, the woman, even if she is difficult, you can find a way. There is a way. Gerard proved that. I hate to keep using him as an example, but it's true. He could have let Liv just do whatever and went off with Nisha and did whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He could have. He really could have. But I'm glad that he didn't, because look at them, how they are flourishing. But I think that they use that as an excuse. That's what I was saying in my early relationships. I'm like, man, you're just using that as an excuse. Why would I want to procreate with you when you were okay with not knowing, what your son or daughter day was like? That, because I grew up in a 2-parent home. My dad always knew. I was sitting on his lap till the 3 days before he passed away. So that to me never computed, and it still does. And I have these biases that I did a video, somebody dropped down in my comments about it, and I'm like, of course I know X, Y, and Z, or I know 2 + 2 = 4, but I still can't wrap my mind around that there's people like Liv in this world. I just really, it just goes against everything that I know. And I have parented my nieces and my nephew. My oldest niece, she passed away 2 weeks after her son was born. And let me tell you, she went down to Florida, back to your stomping ground, Melissa. She went back down to Tampa. This guy she met at when she went to Daytona Beach, Black Beach. And I didn't really think he was a good match for her. And she came up to visit. She said she was coming back because they got into it. I thought she was back in my city to stay. Don't you know that her mom knew, my other sister knew, but she was going back. She didn't tell me, and I was crushed. And I realized I didn't make it easy for her to tell me. So I called her, and I was ready to curse her out because I knew she was pregnant. But something told me, don't do that. And I apologized to her. I told her that I was really sorry that I made her feel like that she couldn't tell me this is what she wanted to do. And I'm like, I always got your back. I'm 100%, 10 toes down. If you need anything from me, if he acts up again and you need a way back here, I will personally come back down there and get you. I will stand in a line of fire to make sure you get back home. So don't ever be afraid to tell Auntie anything. I didn't know. Right. I did not know at that time that 4 or 5 months later that we were going to lose her. So, my thing is that these men out here, they don't, and we got him. His father let my sister take him from Florida to Ohio, and we raised him ever since. He'll be 24 this year, and he was 3 months premature. He was in the NICU down at Tampa General for 3 months. I stayed in Lakeland for 3 months. I went every day to go see that baby. So he is my baby. But that's what I'm saying about a village. Liv doesn't have that. She likes to think that. And for her to put her kids in such peril, it bothers my soul. Know that I don't have to care because she doesn't care, but I am a citizen of this world. So I care. And she's putting these kids out here. They will be the next one that you'll see on the news. Young man, lost. AJ could easily be a headline. I've seen it. These lost kids out here. And it just breaks my heart that she would rather fight with the internet and hate Gerard versus pouring into these kids that she made for whatever reason. That's why I said there are women out here that will go to the mat for their kids, regardless of how they were conceived. And the fact that she's letting Joey and Zolo and Gator Bay off the hook because she wants 100% control. And make no mistake, she did go after Gerard for child support. She need to quit that mess. But I just want to say that because it just really, that's why I say this, what we do here, and when we talk about people say we're hens clucking or, we don't have business of our own, but it needs to be documented. I don't care if it's 200 years from now. They're not going to say that we did not speak out about this behavior because we did. We did.
Yep, we did. We sure did. And that's what you said about
that.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I feel like I mean, of course there's only so much that we can do, but I mean, and I think about it like this, because like even my ex or like my current friend that I'm with now, like, they chop it up as gossiping, and don't get me wrong, that ultimately is what it is. I don't know if anybody knows this, but this shit got started because these bitches had their comments up.
Mm-hmm.
So
bingo.
We had a group of bitches in the mommy sector that we could not say anything about their raggedy ass fucking lives.
Yeah.
And a lady, I don't know if you want me to mention her, but she came on here and was like, "Hey, since I can't comment on your video, this is what the fuck I'm gonna say." And it drove people to her channel, and the shit took off in flames. And 5, 6, 7 years later, here we are. So, and this is my thing. You cannot. It doesn't make any sense when you display. Like, let's keep it a stack. Nothing that Tuna or Jasmine displays warrants any type of praise whatsoever.
At all.
Nothing that Tuna and Jasmine does makes you say, "Oh, that's good. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Oh, you're doing so good for your children." Like, have you ever had a friend where, because, and I'm not, like, we didn't grow up rich or anything, but I grew up fairly privileged. So, like, because both of my parents worked, and then they got to a point to work, because my dad, he's a misogynist. So it's like, okay, he didn't want my mom to work anymore. So, it's like, my mom had to, work from home, start her own business or whatever, because my father, he's a fucking tyrant or whatever. So it was to a point to where, we were like, pretty well to do. But the children that I played with, they didn't have anything. Yeah. So compared to them, like, we were not rich or anything, but compared to my friends, to my friend group, we were. Like, we were the family where you go over to get snacks, hang out in the backyard, go on the front porch, eat s'mores, get hot dogs, off the grill, because we were the family who were, was doing better than everybody else.
Yeah.
This, Tuna can say whatever she wants to say, but Tuna will never in her life get to normalize her life amongst regular people.
Thank you.
You can normalize your life, and this is the thing, Tony. You can normalize your life with people who, and I don't care who gets offended by this, because it is what the fuck it is. Tony, you can normalize your life with people who just crawled out of the caves on all fours, people who still eat with their fingers and don't use utensils and things like that. Tony, you can normalize your life with those people. But to a motherfucker like me, Bank, Malish, Lux, people who grew up with standards, morale, decency, and just complete normalcy, not even perfection. Right. I mean, normalcy. You can do that all you want, but people like us will never, ever buy it.
Thank you. Because that's what she's trying to do. She's trying to normalize this ratchet behavior and putting a light-skinned face on it. She thinks she has the privilege to drag us down into the gutter with her. We are always been the cleanest people. You remember, look, I grew up at a time that you don't tell your business. So I always think about, like, what if social media was around when I was, Liv's age, or if I was in my 20s? You don't tell your family business. My mother would have made it her personal mission to come over and whoop ass on live. You want to go live?
Bang. Imagine if social media was around when KT's was out.
Oh.
I go to Parktown. I went to Parktown.
Imagine if social media was around when Parktown was the fuck around. We would be screwed.
But we were turned up.
See, me and Bank from the same city, so we know what the fuck is like. Our reputation would be destroyed.
I went to Black Beach in Daytona Beach, Malish. I was there at the height of Black Beach.
Yeah.
They can't touch us. And thank God there was only VHS, and all that VHS is warped now. But that's what I'm saying. Liv acts like, when she comes off and talk about you old bitches, blah, blah, blah. Girl, listen, I learned from listening, ear hustling from my mama and her friend. Now, my mother was always the youngest of the group of older women. We didn't invent nothing. We didn't even invent twerking. We didn't invent nothing. They had the game tight. That's all I was saying. One of the moms, when her daughter graduated high school, guess who got a car? Because mama put that work in. It was her mama's boyfriend. That wasn't her daddy.
Yeah.
Mama put that work in. Who got her first year of college paid for? Mama did. Liv is all about herself. She's selfish. And that's a personality trait, because I have to believe, I do watch some other content creators on here. They get lumped in a little bit. It's kind of hard to see, clearly where the path is going to take them. But that's like Zanadia. In 10 years, I don't see Zanadia being a Liv. I see Zanadia elevating. There are some young women, they get it out the dirt. And the thing is, they put their kids first, because guess what? They're pouring into their future, and that feeds their soul. Liv gets no pleasure out of the accomplishments of her kids. If I would have seen Christian, if he was my child, hell, I watched my nephews do what Christian does on the field. And the pride that comes from that, you couldn't stop me from going to a game. The way Ryan could twirl and flip and do all that other stuff, Nisha would have competition on that field, good competition.
Thank
but
you.
The fact that she doesn't,
because I don't know who's gonna be screaming louder, me or her. Like, you know what I'm saying? You see what you're saying when it comes to like the level of love and care that you put into people that you love. It's like when you love somebody, you can't help it. Like I've literally had to have conversations with myself when it comes to my children. Like, my boys are getting older, and it's like, leave them alone. They're living their own life. They're not babies anymore. Let them stop breathing up and down their head. Because, I'm a mom. I'm like, hey, guys, you want to do so-and-so with mom? And they're looking at me like, bitch, no, we don't. And it's like, well, I love you guys, And they're looking at me like, bitch, we don't give a fuck what you, like, we're good.
And being a single mom is not a dagger. The same friend I talk about, that family, the one who had the young son, that she worried about the fact that he had no male influences. Yes, he's gay. He's proud of that. But he's in the Navy, and he trains pilots on equipment. He's doing fine. He's on his own. He was diagnosed with Asperger's. Now we call it autism. He's high functioning. Her eldest daughter has her PhD, and she was a single mom doing it all by herself, because she poured into her kids. Their achievement was hers, and she cried like a baby when she had a letter from the admiral, and the letter was basically her son saying that he could not be the man that he was if it wasn't for his mama. Liv will never see a letter like that. I think Nisha would get that letter before Liv would.
And when Nisha does get that letter, Tuna will ignore it and pretend and will act like he didn't do that. He did that because he's my child. Like, his DNA and my DNA, as if she's not a Neanderthal. She will act like, because she's not, a Neanderthal and a cave dweller. It's not because of her. It's because
they
of
got
I am the
hygiene.
mother. I am the mother.
Even though, where did you and your mama come from? Oh, y'all come from that New Zealand bitch. You know, they came on here with the baloney lips. Okay, I got you there.
What's it? Oh yeah, they didn't make great grades because that's my genes. I'm like, girl,
But notice that nobody that comes from her can succeed unless they go somewhere else. Not to mention, they literally have to go with black people so that they can be somebody. Like what?
When she said that they had the good genes from her, I'm like, girl, you can't even read. It take you.
Yeah, like those children literally had to move in with a black mom and dad so that they could find out who they were.
Yep. And you know what? Like I said, Gerard has his faults. Black and Bougie, sis. I know you're not on the panel, but I think you're still in the chat. You guys,
no, I'm here.
Y'all lay it on thick, and I understand it and I love it. I think it's on point. But I feel like Gerard was a young man when she got him. And I remember, see, one of the things about being a dark-skinned young lady during the time that I was going through my adolescence, light-skinned Black and Bougie, was what they wanted. So I would get the leftover attention, and I decided I didn't want their leftover attention. So I stayed to myself. But as I got older, you know what they would say to me? Like, I don't deal with light-skinned girls because they think they all that. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm all that. I think I'm all that. So maybe I'm not the one you need to be talking to, because I wasn't going to let them take that agency from me. And that's something that every woman needs. I don't care if you're light skinned or dark skinned, because I hear from, like I said, I have very close friends, cousins that are light skinned. I thought that my issue as a Black woman was because I was dark skinned. Then I just realized it's because I'm a Black woman.
No, I was about to say, and then you grow up and you realize that your issue has always been Black males.
Yes.
Black males started this. Black males started this whole ass division. And the thing is so sad, because if you're a pick me and you're a mammy and you didn't grow up with a proud ass Black mama like mine, if you didn't grow up with that, you start vying for the attention of Black males when you don't even understand. Dark-skinned Black women are not your enemy. Black males put you against dark-skinned Black women. Black males put light-skinned women and dark-skinned Black women against each other. This has nothing to do with you. This is about the Black male gaze.
And that's why it's important for Black men to be a part of their Black daughters, not just their Black boys. My father was a part of my life. My grandmother, like I said, my great grandmother was like passing. She married he was charcoal. But my grandmother and her two younger siblings came out my complexion with hair down to their butt. So that makes a difference in our community. You got good hair. That whole stigma, that chilly hair.
We are so sick. Yeah. We are so sick. It pains me when I think about how sick we are. And that's why why it hurts me when our women, and I'm gonna say this because I never say our men, because Black men are not our men, but I feel like Black women do still belong to me. I still say our women because I love Black women. But I just feel like, we feed into this garbage when we can look at somebody like Tuna and feel like there's some kind of sisterhood or some kind of connection when she's literally telling you in your face, look, I look like this. I'm this way. You're jealous. You're mad. You're sad. And then as your racial self-esteem is so low that as a Black woman, you can be like, oh, I'm not like them. I'm not jealous of you. I think you're great. I think you're perfect. When in actuality, if you were an opposer of hers, bitch, she will call you ugly.
Oh, yeah. That's why Marianne doesn't get it. And we know that she's still not picking on her.
Right.
Well, we know in the real world what Olivia thinks of somebody like Marianne.
And her chat knows damn well deep down. But that's why, and I think that's another reason, I don't think shit. But I know for a fact, that's why I'm really slow. Like, I'm not really big on making fun of like Tiana J and Marianne and stuff like that, because it can easily seep into anti-blackness.
Right.
And I don't want to do it, so I kind of don't say anything.
And Tiana J, to me, I know men who would not even just hit her in the dark. They would proudly walk her around because at the end of the day, they want somebody who handles business. And say what you want about her, she does have her flaws. She handles business. Look at what Tuna's doing versus what she's doing. You know, you can talk about her all she wants.
Yeah, let's keep it a stack. Tuna cannot hold a candle to Gianna J. Tuna cannot fuck with Tiana J on any level at all. I mean, because what's the difference between Tuna and Tiana J? Tuna got a slider and Tiana just bought a new, okay, so Tuna been having sliders longer than Tiana J has been having a car.
Right.
What?
Right. So that's what it comes down to. You hit the nail on the head, Black and Bougie, when you said how the divisiveness, and I saw how Black men would try to use that against me, wanting me to become the pick me and me the one to lay down for their attention. And when I realized that there are men out there who really, I wouldn't say colorblind, but they have a preference. I had the bootay and I had the legs and I had the face. And guess what? They were interested. And so, I realized I don't have to pay. I'm not going to fight for your attention. And that was what made me even more attractive, because I did not fight for their attention. Then they wanted to bring something to themselves. But that's what I said. It's all about confidence, self-esteem, and we get that early on. My mother and my mother, she's a boomer, and she was a teenage mom. She always got out the dirt. There was no sympathy hugs and all. Now the grandkids and the grandkids, they get all the hugs and all the kisses. I'm like, where's mine at? But I understood why I didn't get those. My mother showed us love in different ways. When she got up at 4:00 in the morning to get me Prince tickets for the Purple Rain concert, I already knew what she was all about. But I'm just saying, I looked at where she came from. She never preached at us. I looked at her example and I saw. Then with my older sister, I saw how she got it out the mud. I knew what was possible. The tribe is important. My street, my neighbors, the people I went to school with, my high school teachers, they taught me Black history. I feel like I grew up in a golden age of, being a young Black woman, that I don't have these issues, and I would never follow somebody like Tuna out here on these YouTube streets. I wouldn't follow anybody like E. Kane. I wouldn't follow any of these problematic people. There are so many other young ladies out here that are putting out content that really are putting a voice and empowering us, but they don't get the clicks, the likes, and the views because how the algorithm is and how society has glorified this ratchetness. We had little Kim. Listen, I don't care what anybody say. What we grew up on, what I grew up on was way right. Look, Nicki, Megan, none of them, Cardi, they're not doing, like I said, I had to realize that not Ella Fitzgerald, I can't think what is her name? She was back in the 20s. She went over to France. But
Josephine Baker.
Yeah, exactly. We did not invent anything. Only thing we can do, if we know our history, we can study it and improve it and take pride in it.
Yeah.
And that's
don't get me wrong. We invented civilization, but all this ratchet shit, like, you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna get to tell me this is what I cannot stand. And you know that 50 Cent, out of all people, had the nerve to say something about this the other day, and I was so disgusted. I mean, I have no respect for him as a human being anyway, so fuck you. But he said, "Oh, Sexy Red and them is ruining rap and sexualizing Black women." Okay, so we just gonna say fuck NWA, Two Live Crew, and motherfucking all these other niggas that literally. This is the thing. It's nobody on this earth that can make me stop fucking with Lil' Kim.
Nope. Yeah. And if you go back to all those rappers,
nobody on this earth. All Lil' Kim did was say, "Guess what, nigga? I'm gonna top you off. I'm gonna suck the skin off this motherfucker. You gonna hit me from the back and you gonna give me your bread, nigga."
Right. Yep. And that's what you gonna do, nigga.
And you know why? Don't you dare try to say there's something wrong with this when in your songs you talk about graping me. Oh, but now I'm a problem because I took my power back, nigga. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
when you think about the rap groups that have over sexualized our women, think about it to this day. this is why black women call themselves bitches and stuff like that because it's
I
too
still don't
short in there.
understand that. And you know
Yeah.
what? When they took, and I know we
That
kind of
shit
going off
comes
track.
from West Coast and down South rap. I love UGK down. But when you think about the things that Pimp C and Bun B has said about black women, it's like, God damn.
You
What?
know, when R&B basically left the scene, that was a problem. I stay rooted in the stuff that I grew up on as a little kid, not knowing what I was listening to. But you could throw me some Isley Brothers, some Peabo Bryson. There was love in our music, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
where in the record industry was a part of that. But we can, and I hate to say it's that simple, but it was okay. Men wasn't simping. They were croning. They were telling them their appreciation of us as black women, and they allowed us to uplift them. My mother's a very strong black woman, but she allowed my father to take a hold and take the reins because she trusted him. His back was strong.
Right.
And she realized he was not going to steer her wrong. They don't understand that, so there is power. Black women don't understand there is power in a form of submissiveness. Now, when you
Absolutely.
put that
And in the
pressure,
form of
when you apply that
subtlety as well.
pressure, that's what Nisha's done to Gerard. Even some people may disagree. She applied that pressure that Liv was not capable of doing.
And you know
Nisha
where
said,
that
if you
pressure
won't
comes
do it,
from?
but Nisha said, if you won't do it, Gerard, I got somebody else who will.
Yes. And that pressure can only come from the mother of this earth,
And
from a
that's the
black
problem
woman.
that Olivia
The
has that she
power
doesn't
of that
understand.
pressure can only come from a black woman. The
We apply
woman who
pressure.
birthed, yes, this entire planet. And we can do it in such a subtle way. This is why somebody like Nisha can take a nigga like Gerard. And we've seen Gerard. I know I seen the nigga. And I'm like, oh, because my mama raised me. White passing, Black Panther. Love her people to death. We'd go in Kmart and she sees somebody like Gerard and Tuna and she'd be like, look at them. He can't get nobody else and neither can she.
But you know what? The funny thing, Black and Bush, my mother was opposite. She was like, love is love. She never,
Yeah, my
and to
mama
this day,
wasn't.
even coming from, my mother was born in 1946, even coming from segregation. And I guess being maybe here in Ohio, being in our city, it was a little different than the South. But she always said, it's almost like you focusing on the content of the character. Okay, if you focus in on the content of the character, it won't steer you wrong. Now, for me, I love my black men, and that's what breaks my heart, Black and Bougie and Militia, is that I love my black. You can show me the finest white man, and no disrespect to the white people out here, but you show me the finest white man versus the finest black man. Guess who'll win every time?
Black
The
man.
finest black man. And
Yeah, I
that's
don't feel
just
that
something
way
that I
anymore.
just I,
I ain't
I
felt that way in over 10 years.
but
Bless you, Bank.
you know what? But guess what
Yeah, I
though?
have
But
nothing for black
But if that
men.
finest black man would treat me like shit, won't look at me, I'm not his preference. If there was another option, I'm not going to deny, that love. But again, I apply pressure. If I'm going to date outside my race, you can understand I'm a black woman first. You better figure it out. This is who you're going to
Yeah.
be with. But I say all this to say that Tuna is lost. She doesn't understand that black women apply pressure. I think she understands, she knows it, but she doesn't know how to tap into it because she was raised by Stella. Stella got her
Not
saying
to
things like,
mention, yeah, but not to mention she doesn't apply pressure because she does not know how to
that's what I'm
because she
saying.
is not a black woman.
And that's
And
my
that's
point.
fine. And
And that's
that's
my
fine because
point.
here's the thing, like when it comes to the one drop rule, if
Mhm,
black women understood what the one drop rule truly was and
mhm.
what it truly meant, you would never ever seek to call a mixed race woman a black woman. And this is the thing, there's nothing wrong with being mixed race.
No, there's
So you
nothing.
can't so you can't be like, oh, well, why we can't call them black? Okay, the reason that you can't call them black is because so if you have a black marker and you put a white marker with it, doesn't that make it gray? That doesn't make it like you can't take a black drop of paint and mix it with white and be like, oh, it's black. No, now it's gray. And that's fine. Like when you, if people were to do the research when it came to the 1 drop rule, it was to eliminate trash. It was to eliminate, it was to create a hierarchy.
It was also profitable. If I could say you're black, then I can put you in shame.
It's a profitable hierarchy. So you should never want to, not to mention these people don't even want to be black. These people don't even, they're claiming to be black by default. So how do you say that somebody is that's mixed is black when they can't go over to white people and say that they're white? You don't have any racial pride. You're weak. And I just don't want to. And this is coming from a high yellow Negro from a white passing mother. Well, but you know what separates me from them? What separates me from them is both of my parents are black.
But let's take it a step further.
So I'm not mixed. I think I don't care what anybody says.
Within my family, with my nephew's wife, she has no connection to her white family whatsoever. Her mother abandoned her and her brother when they were babies. She was born addicted to drugs. And luckily she has no residual effects from that. But when she did reconnect with her birth mom, it was a disaster. So the only community that ever accepted her was the black community. So she is like the reverse of Tuna, but she also understands she understands that she is partially white. But the thing is that people go into now they are making more conscious decisions to understand that their kids that they are birthing into this world, they need a little bit of both. They need to know their history. So when I see some of these kids coming up, nowadays they are getting a little bit of that. Within my family, my nephew is married to a white lady, and she's sweet. And I'm not saying that because I don't want no friction. She is genuinely a good person, but there is a little bit of friction because my great niece, she comes over and her hair is looking, just a little bit like it can be tightened up a little bit. You know what I mean?
She doesn't know what to do.
Her aunt, my niece, who got magic fingers, she inherited from my sister. She just itching to get into her head. She said, but she's like, it's boundaries. She said, because I feel like she feels like that, not that it's a racial thing, but it's that she's feeling lacking, that she's not able to give that agency to her daughter. She doesn't understand that. And I said, well, just let it play out. We'll monitor it. But, and we just give her a soft place to land. But
okay, so this is what pisses me off. Because if you're not willing to see, this is what, when it comes with the obsession with black dick. Because you knew that you wanted to sit on black dick. You knew that once you sat on black dick, that it was going to create beige children. You knew that your obsession with black dick was going to create beige children to where they were going to have cotton textured hair. And instead of you owning up to that and saying, oh, I'm going to educate myself and I'm going to figure out what I need to do with this cotton textured hair, you just wanted to sit on black dick.
But black and blue.
And I don't want to help you with, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to play my nieces and nephews, but now I feel like, because I don't want to be a mammy to y'all.
Right.
I'm not Hattie McDonald, bro. Like, I don't want to do this for y'all. Because why did you not educate yourself to where I don't have to clean up the residuals of you sitting on black dick?
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. And I feel you, but I'm a step removed because I'm the great auntie. If my sister was here, my sister is a Gemini. She's the sweetest person in the world, but she's a Gemini. If she likes you, she likes you. If she don't like you, she's never gonna like you. I already know if she was alive, that baby's hair would be taken care of. But my niece is a little bit. She's a millennial. I'm a shout out to the millennials. She's a little softer than we are. And I said, because I had said to her, I said, well, the next time she comes over, do her hair. Who cares? But I get exactly what you're saying. I think that they live in. I think that they're kind of stigmatized. They live in this fantasy world that, they hear about these problems, but we're not going to have these problems. My great niece, she's a sweetheart. She's a beautiful soul. I love her to death. When she gets around her cousins, you can tell she doesn't see any difference between them, and she just is thriving. But we already know because she lives out in Harrison. When I say this to you, you know.
Oh yeah, no.
There's going to be a day when they're going to call her out her name. But we're going to be here for her.
Yeah.
That's all we can do.
That's what I'm saying. Like and I'm not saying because I have I don't have any control on the trajectory in which society falls. Right. Like let's keep it a stack. Black men literally fought the civil rights. The civil rights was literally based on being able to, lay with white skin. Mm-hmm. So I get it.
Yeah.
But me personally, okay, so I'm looking at Kai right here. My cousins look like Kai.
Right. You're fully black.
So so I can't be like, oh, I would never do her hair. Like I literally have cousins who I've grown up with who literally look like Kai. So I can't say that, what I would or what I wouldn't do. But I can say that I want Black women to understand that this comes from betrayal. This stems from treason. This stems from Black males were not in the civil rights movement fighting for liberation from their oppressors.
Oh, let me tell you what my nephews told me. If I came home with a white man, they would have a problem. But they dated white women.
Thank you. So, this is why I don't, I'm not really big on trying to, because like if you're a white woman, like let's keep it a stack. You know that your children are going to be beige. You know that they are. You know that you're going to have waffle colored children. You're going to have children who look like biscuits from Popeyes. You know this. So, and their hair is not going to be as straight as yours. But you also know that their hair can be just as kinky as mine.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
And what you going to do, white woman? What you going to do, white woman? You going to come to a bitch that look like me and ask me to mammy for you? For your children to make sure? Absolutely not. Yeah. This is why it's such a gray area. It's a muddy, and I just don't care. No.
And you know what? That's the thing about it is that we can even take. I'm just trying to give some balance here. I grew up on my street. Our street was a U, so we was a little small community. And I'll never forget when this family moved on the street and they were fully black. They were dark skinned, the whole family dark skinned. And their youngest daughter, she had the kinkiest hair I've ever seen in my life. I can't even say it was 4C. The kinkiest hair I've ever seen.
Yeah, like
guess who her biggest tormentor was.
That's how my aunt kids do. Yeah, like some 4Z. Yeah, that's how my aunt kids are.
It was B to B's. And guess who her biggest tormentor was? Her biggest tormentor was another black girl on our street. And I never was the one for bullying. Texturism is a part. See, that's the thing about it. We don't just have to deal with it. Let me tell you, I got a pass a little bit because I had wavy, curly, long hair.
You got hair like my brother's now. I know exactly what you.
But it's unfair. We have to deal with so much as black women. We have to deal with so much as black women.
With our people who are dark skinned? Like, how do our people? Because I feel like you got hair like my brother now. How do some of our people like have that type of hair, and then other people who look like us have like 4C hair like me?
Yeah, and that's what I said. My brother, listen. that was the thing. I used to get, oh, you pretty for a dark skinned girl, or you got some long hair for a dark skinned girl. I'm like, what is it? What are they talking about? Because my grandmother's hair was down to her waist. And then when I got older, I realized the politics. But what I'm saying is kind of tie this back into Liv, is that she doesn't understand that we have dealt with it in every shape and form. What she's bringing to the table is nothing new. We are equipped for her arguments, for her insults. They don't hurt.
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah, it's nothing you can say to us. Yeah,
it's funny to us. We played on the playground. We've been called names, whether you were light skin, whether you were dark
my
skin.
Motherfucking daughter, my baby girl got hair like AJ.
It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that she doesn't understand what it means to be in community with a woman. She doesn't understand that she can look like what she looks like, and she could have been in community whether we were white or black, because white women ain't checking for her, but she would treat white women just like she's treating us. Liv does. It's a deficiency with her in her, but because her gaze has been pointed at us, she considers us to be the low hanging fruit. She goes after us, and she competes with us for our men because she can't compete.
Us the low hanging fruit.
Right, she can't compete with white women.
Okay, so when are we gonna learn that she goes to us as the default people because we don't gatekeep?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. She can't compete with Raquel. She can't, even though Raquel's Hispanic, but that's considered Caucasian. She can't compete with Raquel and her friends. So she thinks that we are the weaker
here's the
one.
problem. So here's the problem. And for anybody that tries to say that I'm on some bullshit and all that, I guarantee you that they will never go to white people and say that they're doing that. Tuna won't even go to white people and say that they're doing that, because we are the default mechanism for people like Tuna. Tuna is a throwback mixed hoe.
Right.
And she kind of like if you don't got that third eye, she kind of like can swerve and pivot through all demographics, but a
black woman will clock her every time. But see, that's the thing. A black woman will clock her every time.
It take a black woman to be like, nah, hell nah, bitch, don't come over here.
Right, she can't sit with us. She can go sit with the white girl. She can go sit with black men. She can go sit. Well, you know what? White men won't have her either, because she doesn't have brown babies.
I was listening to this man the other day, because you know how black people always be like, see, white people stick together. We don't stick together. It's not that. This man literally said, white people hate each other. They just have enough sense to stand on business when it comes to gatekeeping whiteness. It's not that white people love each other. It's not that white people have a loyalty base to which they'll stand down, because white people do stab each other in the back. Like, white people do hate each other, but it's just that when it comes to gatekeeping themselves, they will stand on that. That's why Tuna can never notice how Tuna can come over here and be like, I'm black, fuck you bitches. But she can never go to a white space and say, I'm white. Fuck you bitches. Because black people
and that's because she doesn't know whiteness. Stella didn't even teach her whiteness. She doesn't understand that she's been excluded from that club. She has been absolutely.
But this is the thing. But Stella taught her how to cook white. She said her Hey, Malish, crazy, man.
Malish, thank you for opening this up, because I really wanted to connect with Black and Bougie. This is the first time. This is my sister from the same city. This is really the first time we've talked. But I knew where she's from, the 513. So,
Malish, me and her damn near probably live 20 miles away from each other, if less than that.
And don't sleep on Cincinnati. We might be in Ohio, but this ain't the place you want to be if you don't want no problem. That's why I said Liv would have caught all kinds of hell.
Where I'm from, we have knocked this hole down. I'm talking about where I'm motherfucking from. I used to live around sharks. I'm talking about barracudas who could smell blood in the water. And tuna can't come around motherfuckers that look like me, because we ain't gonna do nothing but put on the track and ride her out. Like, by the time and I don't even live that life no more. But by the time motherfuckers like me is done with tuna, it ain't gonna be nothing left. AJ ain't gonna have no mom. Chucky, he ain't gonna have no mama. Kai ain't gonna have no, like, we gonna get her done. And by the time we done with her, it's not gonna be nothing left. She's gonna be a shell of herself. So it's good that tuna is not around these parts.
Right.
And Bank, I moved. I ain't down in the city no more. I done changed my life.
And you're further north. You are further north, aren't you?
Yeah, I got my ass up out of there. I was a little criminal, so I had to change my life.
But you know what though? What's universal, and I love this. Melissa, I saw you was cranking out the lives. I'm like, man, you were inspiring me. I'm like, I feel so inadequate because I see your grind, and I'm hoping that it truly pays off. You got my support. I'm here, and there are other content creators, Black and Bougie. We know who the OGs are. They set the stage, but it's evolved, and I'm glad that we got people, newer voices coming in and seeing what we see, and it kind of reinforces that we ain't off the mark. We are not off the mark.
No.
And so I'm glad you provide the spaces. I don't know how late it is. I think you're an hour behind, but I know it's late. And I do appreciate you opening up the chat to us. And I appreciate it. And when you get into the politics stuff, sometimes I'm listening. I don't necessarily chat. I come from a background in law enforcement. So when you do the true crime stuff, I'm always on it. I can't really invest because let me just tell you, I saw it up close and personal. The things I can tell you stories about the things that I've seen, and the behind the scenes is even worse than what we see on the headline.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I do appreciate you, hitting everything. You're not just in the mommy sector. You're in the politics. You're in the celebrity stuff. You're well versed, and you're a young woman who is interested in different things, and that's why you'll never be a Liv. I don't think your mama produced a Liv. She probably would come about a grave and haunt you if you acted like Liv. So I do appreciate that. I want to give you your flowers because like I said, I'm always supporting, and I got my OGs that I support. Just if you don't see me chatting, don't mean that I ain't listening or on the replay. I just want to make sure you knew that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I fuck with you too, Melise. Like, I work a lot, so like if I be in and out sporadically, like, and I might say some little shit, but then I don't say nothing else, it's because I'm at fucking work. I do like 3 16-hour shifts in a row, and then I just like take my off days and take my ass to the mall, get drunk, go to fucking Nordstrom, live my life, try to hang out with my boys. They so motherfucking grown, they don't fuck with me. They want me to, take them and they little girlfriends and buy them Jordans and shit. I be like, well, damn, I'm just gonna get on my little live chat. You little niggas don't fuck with me at all. But yeah, I fuck with Melise heavy. Melise, she stayed tapped in. But I appreciate the fact that it's people in this mommy sector that can literally, because it's okay. I understand calling out Tuna for the person that she is, but we can never ignore who Tuna is at her core.
Yeah,
and Tuna at her core is a racist and a bad mother. And that's what matters most. It does not matter that Tuna is a whore. That does not mean anything. It matters that Tuna is a bad person and she has access to 3 Black children. And that, more than anything, needs to change. And it may or may not never change. But me personally, I never ignore the fact, because Tuna ain't never been shit.
No.
Like, this ain't about, well, she was a good mama. Was she? No, she was. That is
what, because she was on the same thing she doing now. And I feel like the only reason she had the stuff she had was because of Gerard and Stella. That's it.
I got a video
you don't get
saved of them.
to what you say, babe?
No, I'm just gonna say I got a video. A creator had one of the old OGs back during the Panini, and it was her and Gerard together, and he was primarily taking care of the kids when they were crying or whatever. But she was so annoyed with him. If you look at the body language, only thing that was if he was rubbing on her, she was good. But if he had an opinion or a thought, that's ghetto. That was ghetto.
Yeah.
She and I hate to give it to sis because I have a soft spot for Gerard, I will admit it. But when she would start calling him being buck broken, when I go back and look at that old stuff, she's absolutely right. If you look at those old videos, I'm so glad. I don't care what anybody has to say. I'm glad that he got away from her because nobody deserves her gaze. Nobody deserves for her to have that kind of power over them. It's awful. It's awful. She's awful.
And in the way that you can tell that she was the problem, all you have to do is look at her life now. So, because it's like, okay, so a lot of women have glowed up after a man.
Yes.
Like I know I did, and shit, I'm gonna keep it a bean. I'm gonna keep it personal. When Tuna was in that house, when Gerard, was y'all here when Tuna was in that house with the pool?
Yeah.
And Gerard left them.
Yes. Yes.
That was the same time I put my nigga out.
Hey.
So I literally could relate.
Yeah.
But it was like the way she moved, because I didn't change. Like, don't get me wrong. I was like, damn, I do gotta get a job. But it's like the way that Tuna like chased him. Like the only difference, like when it came to that shit, Tuna chased him, and I started chasing money.
Right. But
it's like the way that. Yeah, because I had, like a real bitch, she check out far before she physically check out. Like, like a real woman, we been left before we physically left. Like, you know what I'm saying? So like when like that day that Tuna came on here and was like, he just left us. And Christian was in the window crying because that was the day that Gerard got in that motherfucking truck.
Yeah, I remember that.
And drove to that motherfucking airport and got in that goddamn train and went to Antonisha. I will never forget that shit. And I was just sitting here like, damn, just put a motherfucker out too. Like, damn, I know it hurt. Like, cause I was sitting here hurt too. Like, and the one thing that really stood out to me, and I never resonated with Tuna. I've never agreed with anything that Tuna ever said. But she was like, the one thing that hurt is how he left. It's like he didn't care about us. But she's like, what made you flip that switch to where you don't care about us?
Let me tell you.
Damn, Tuna, I feel the same way.
This is gonna sound superficial, but I personally, I understand what you're saying. But what I took from that, especially after he left Nisha to marry Olivia, but to only go back to Nisha, he realized that this ain't where it's at. I need a real woman. He finally woke up. He needed a real woman. And I looked at a lot of those old videos. She went back chasing after him. She did her thing, and he was still kind of in that loop of the back and forth. But I think there was a certain point. I know a lot of people disagree with me in light of, last year's shenanigans. But I think there was a point. I think Nisha listen, I'm just going to look at it from me being a young woman around Nisha's age. If that's where you need to be with your kids, I am a bleeding heart. If a man came to me saying she keeps my kids away from me, I do still, I care about her. I got to see if this will work, for my kids.
Yeah.
I'm sucker enough to say with them, you need to go sort that out. Go figure that out. But if he came back to me now, I'm not sure if I would have let him come back, but I can see that he had to do some work. Yeah. I don't think he just ran back to Nisha. I think he had to show and prove.
No,
He had to
I
show.
think it was a series of things because it was crazy because even like when I told my family was like, but you put him out. Like I can't lie, like I was acting like Tuna, like I've never had Tuna's mentality, but I was just so used to being begged by this man. Like I was so used to I mean, because this man wasn't shit. Like he from my understanding, he wasn't cheating like Gerard, and he did pay bills. Like he financially took care of us. So my family was like, I mean, you put him out. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? And I'm like, well, what the fuck I'm gonna do it? They like, bitch, you should have thought about that before you put him out. Like,
But you know, there's a saying I can do
and then
bad
like, did
by
you know
myself.
that job? I mean, you said you got a job. Like, what the fuck is you? And I'm like, this motherfucker don't care about us. And now I'm looking at Tuna, and Tuna like, he doesn't care about us. He got in his car, he drove to the airport, and got in the plane and drove to Texas. I'm like, damn, my nigga did the same thing. But my family like, bitch, no, he didn't. Bitch, you put him out.
See, I was lucky to be raised one in a 2-parent home, but also on my street, all the black women on my street, except for one family, outside of my family, there were single parent homes and they were all women and they owned their homes. And then when I got to learn their backstories, I realized that some of them came out of some of the worst circumstances. So I grew up seeing nothing but independent black women. My mother was a teenage mom at 16 and at
Yeah, we gonna
18.
break that
And
motherfucking
so
mold if we don't
I
do
saw
nothing
that.
else.
Yeah, I saw that what's possible. I mean, of course, I want a man. I was born in a 2-parent home, but I realized that
Right.
I did not necessarily need a man. All of my aunts and uncles, like I said, my mother's oldest sister who passed away last October, God rest her soul, my Aunt Josephine is my favorite, my heart.
Mm.
When she put her ninja to the curve, she had 3 kids. And when we talked about it, it was so hilarious hearing her story. You know, she was finding receipts from jewelry stores and stuff like that. But she never looked back. And she was light skinned. She was able to get into corporate America. She was a trendsetter. She was in corporate America as a secretary, quote unquote, paving the way for young women like myself. Bought a home, took care of her kids. These are the women I looked up to. Look at Liv. She don't have those type of women to look up to. I looked up to my neighbor. She was a supervisor at the IRS. She had a government job. What are you talking about? She was a supervisor in the 80s for the IRS and a single mom of 7, a widow. I watched these women, keep their families intact. I seen them after their husbands passed because men, they were unfortunately like my dad who passed away at 52, they weren't living long. But I seen all these black women raising kids and raising productive kids and keeping their home intact. So, for me, they were my role models that said to me, I can walk this path alone. You'll be perfectly fine. But if you wanted to link up with somebody, that's fine too. And guess what? And if it don't work out, that's perfectly fine too.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying is that, Olivia thinking that the end of her and Gerard's relationship defined her. She was, and her, Jazz is too. These women don't understand this could be your new beginning. I saw my sister work 60 hours a week with 5 kids. The last kid she did not anticipate. She did not want. She loved my niece to death, but guess what? She was a wife. She was a mother, and he took advantage. And she would tell you that she even told her that. I did not want to have this child. What could I do but have her and love her? And she don't sit there and make excuses. That's why Olivia makes me so mad. Because she does not appreciate her blessings. She doesn't appreciate,
and she lacks the ability to defy the odds. She always lets her circumstances define her. And not only that, these are self-inflicted circumstances. Like these are not circumstances that are just happening to her. This shit is not happenstance. She literally creates these circumstances and then looks at other people and says, oh, guys, I can't do anything. Look what they did to me. Like,
I
and
watched
it
this
is
lady on
so.
TikTok. She gave her kids to her ex-husband.
Oh yeah.
He
Mhm.
wanted them. She was like, then here you go. She said, I get them on the
When I
weekend. And
tell
guess what?
you, when I tell you the way that motherfuckers hate her, I feel nothing for these people.
He wanted them.
The way, okay, so I got a 17-year-old. I remember when he was 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Bank, you know the area I'm talking about. We stayed over there in Mount Auburn, right?
Yeah. Oh, girl. Yeah.
We over there chilling and shit. I love my cousin and her husband. Like we was just always cool. Like we always hung out, smoked
Mm-hmm.
weed, drink everything. So one day this motherfucker like, yeah, you know your cousin leaving me. I'm like, damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Like, damn, I hope everything work out. He like, shit, I got to raise these kids by myself. I'm like, well, all right, I'll call you back. Because this is the thing. Bitch, I don't work. I'm a hustler.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I gotta go hit these licks. Like, I don't got time for you know what I'm saying? Like, I
What do
be
he want you
hustling
to
over
do?
Avondale. Huh?
What do he want you to do?
He wanted sympathy as a
Right.
fucking single dad, as if we don't do this shit every day.
Right. And some men
So,
do
you
it.
know, of course. Go ahead, man. What you say?
No, I'm just saying some men step up to the plate.
Yeah, this whole ass nigga didn't. So he like, yeah, what you doing tomorrow? I'm like, shit, put my kids on the bus, smoke weed. I mean, what the fuck you want me to do? He like, I'm gonna be over there because I don't know what to do. I'm like, all right, well, I'll be there. So, you know, I'm thinking he don't, need like some parenting tips. Like, he like, what I got to do for these children? I said, I don't know, motherfucker. Keep them alive. You stupid motherfucker. What the fuck was she doing? Like what do you mean?
You know, Black and Bougie, I said my mother's the second oldest of 17. They all got the same daddy. My mother was telling a story. Now, my father, on the other hand, he grew up in a middle class home with just 2 kids. And it was all
Mm-hmm.
love, but it was 17 of them. Now, at the time this story was happening, it was
God
probably about
damn.
9 or 10 of them. There were maybe 8, 9, 10 of them. There was even a time when my mother and my aunt and one of her other sisters, they and my grandmother were all pregnant at the same time. But the point is, she's like, we went a month eating nothing but cabbage. It was different ways, but it was cabbage.
Oh my
My
God.
grandfather provided still. He still provided. He knew he had mouths to feed at home. And so when I say my dad made a joke that my mother was the original Cabbage Patch Kid, but he understood, he respected, he would tease, but it wasn't condescending. He saw it as a symbol of strength. And that's one thing I love about my people, that they don't understand if you just step up to the plate. If Liv could tap into her, well, she don't have that connection. She out of
Right.
herself, even though she tried to claim that her dad was a part of her life. She doesn't understand the richness of being a part of 2 different races.
No, or like
She
having the
doesn't. Yeah,
community. Yeah,
she
absolutely
doesn't.
not.
And that's the thing that really just kind of rips at me, because you have people like Chew Baby and Llewellyn who come in here, and they are Caucasian, they're white, and they still see the problem with her, and she thinks it's just a black problem. It's a human problem. Liv doesn't
No,
understand that.
I'm not saying that. Okay, don't get me wrong. I'm not negating that she doesn't think it's a black problem. I think she's trying to normalize it upon all fronts.
Well, yeah, I
I
know
think
that.
upon all fronts, she's trying to make it seem like, hey, I'm not the only person that tops people off while I'm pregnant. Hey, I'm not the only person who lets men glaze my fetus
Right.
inside the womb. Hey, I'm
Yeah.
not the only person that finds POF. Like, and it's like, stop trying to
All
make
right.
dysfunction happen, Tuna. Like, we're
Yeah.
not. So, like, what I was saying that to say, okay, so my cousin, he was like, so it had got to a point, like, I don't know if you ever had a family member like this, but it's like, okay, he like, man, I need your help, man. Your cousin done left me and this, that, and that. So, like, I have a routine for my children. Okay, so I got like a 10-year-old, a 7-year-old, and like a 10-month-old. So he like, can you help me with these kids? I'm like, okay, I will, to a degree. But let's keep it a stack, bro. You're not the only man that's been left with his children.
Right.
So let's stop being a little bitch. And okay, so my cousin left him with his kids. Mm-hmm. So it's like, yeah. So I'm a whole ass mama. So I'm making sure everybody has lunch and dinner and breakfast. Okay, but after a while, like, I put my kids in the bed, so that I can drink and smoke weed. Like, like, my children had a bath. My children, they ate good. So, like, what the fuck do you want me to do? And he like, I was just hoping, because I don't know how to do this daddy thing. I said, you know what, you son of a bitch, and that's your fucking problem. Mm-hmm. I said, it was all good and fine when you were out working and you left your children on my cousin. But now that she left y'all, you don't know what to do?
Just be a man.
Just be a man. That's what I'm saying. I was like, I don't feel sorry for you at all.
And see, I have a special place in my heart for Black men because of my daddy. I'll never forget. Let me just tell you, my father was different from yours, from what you're saying. I'll never forget. I was probably, 19, and I was fixing up our Christmas tree one holiday season, and it was a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. It was one of those old, fake trees, and we needed a new one. But I decided I'm going to take everything off. I'm going to just try to make it look beautiful. My father sat in the living room while I was putting the tree up, and he was drinking. He had a little bit of, I think it was brandy. He wasn't a big drinker at all. It was very rare. Mm-hmm. And he was saying to me, he said, I never had this as a kid. Now, mind you, I knew that my grandfather worked, I forgot what the company was called, but my grandfather made some good money. He had a house in Mount Auburn on Helen Street, and it was a nice 3-floor. It was a beautiful home. Mm-hmm. My grandmother stayed up.
I can just imagine. I know that motherfucker was nice. Yeah.
And my grandmother, she was remarried because my grandparents divorced. My father was 19. You're talking about in the early 60s. People didn't get divorced. My grandparents divorced.
Right.
But my grandmother married another guy, and they lived in a 2-bedroom, 2-family, and he was an amputee, a diabetic amputee, and he didn't have much, but he loved my grandmother to death, and she was happy. So I understood that was good for both of them. Then my grandfather, we thought he was remarried, but he wasn't. That's a whole different story. But the story basically is, I didn't know any better. I just knew that I went to my grandfather's house, and I went to my grandmother's house. Didn't know any different. My house was calm. My father never called my mother out her name, treated her like a queen. I'm fixing up this Christmas tree. And he says to me, I never had this growing up as a kid. I'm like, what? He said, no. He's like, I just never had this. He said, just peace and quiet. And he said, no fighting, no nothing. And my heart just broke because that's what he gave me, my siblings, peace. That's why that man will always be the icon for me. And he is, when I look at the manosphere, and that's why I probably have a soft spot for Gerard, because at the end of the day, my father loved just the whole family. He loved treating a good woman really good. He loved treating his kids good, and he loved the peace. And you know how they always say, the whole, the manosphere and the hotel, she my peace. They don't know what that means. They don't know what that means.
What you're saying to me is giving happy wife, happy life.
Yes, exactly. So for me as a woman,
and I agree, because it's this whole, like, they're putting in our boys' heads that you're a bitch ass nigga
A
if you
simp.
do this for a
Yep.
woman.
Yep. If you're a simp.
And that's
My
yeah,
father
I
would
don't
have been
fuck
called a
around.
simp.
Like I don't like I've never like I've always had like high standards for a man. Like, okay, like I mean, hell, I'm 45 fucking years old, so I don't have more than my share of men. But like I've never like been with men who didn't spend money on me. But now it's more than that for me.
See, for me, it was
Because
different when the man tried to trick
because
me
I've
with money.
always had men who spend money on me. So
But
I
see,
want more than
yeah.
that now.
But see, it was different for me when men tried to trick me with money. I'm not saying that's what happened with you because I understand the baller. Look, I know, but my thing was the only man that I needed permission from to be me was my dad, and he gave me that permission. I'll never forget. An ex-boyfriend was complaining about how short my skirt was, and I was living with my parents. I said, I
Mm.
walked out of this house. My daddy didn't say nothing to me. Now, had he had said my skirt was too short, then there would have been a problem. If my
Right.
daddy was okay with me walking out this door, you can't tell me nothing. And that was my problem, Melissa Black and
Absolutely.
Bougie. And it's always been my problem. Unless my daddy said there was something wrong with what I was doing, you ain't got nothing.
Mhm.
You can't tell me nothing. And so that's why I always tell men when I meet, like I tell my nephew now, all of my nephews with girl children especially, I said spoil her, let you be her first love, because let me tell you
Yeah.
something, no man would ever be able to break through that. No man's ever been able to break through that. I
Mhm.
think, and I assess things from that point of view. And that is, again, I'm going to bring it back to Liv. She doesn't understand what a jewel she has in Gerard
No.
in her daughter's life, because it's not just about Christian. It's about the daughters. And, we forget about, they always say men need
Yes.
to be present for their sons. My father was the biggest impact to me as a woman. And that it taught
Yes.
me that I didn't have to look for a man for validation, for love, and all this stuff. I knew what love looked like. I
Yeah.
know what it looks like for a man to actually love his
Thank
wife.
you.
And my siblings did
Oh
too.
my
That's why it was
God.
easy for them to
This
walk
shit
away
about to
from their
bring tears to
husband.
my eyes.
But
Yeah.
that was easy for them to walk away from their husbands because, my
Mhm.
daddy told my older sister, that wasn't her biological dad, but that was her dad. She told her husband that if you have to put if you have to put your hands on her, you send her back home. And he meant that with kids and all. And my sister came back home with 3 kids. Because if you can't
Mhm.
treat her right, then you send her back home. That's
Yeah.
where we get away from these traditional values. Black people, we tend to
Yeah.
we're progressive in our politics, but we're conservative in our family values. And I wish that we can get back to that. That way, people like
Yeah.
Liz, they can't infiltrate us. They can't turn somebody
Right.
like
And
Gerard's
we
head
don't have to
around.
feel like we're getting caught up in
Mhm.
respectability politics. You are
Yes.
so right, Bank, because my last relationship, like literally like the man that I was talking about, like who, I left around the time that Tuna left,
Hmm.
around the Tuna ain't leave shit. But around the time that Gerard left Tuna, he's
Yeah.
from Cumminsville. Like he's from
Oh
South
yeah, that's where
Fairmount.
that's where
Yeah,
my grandmother is from. Yeah.
that's what yeah, because one thing that had always kept me attached to him was how well he financially provided for us. Like
Hmm.
he took such good care of us that it was hard for me. Like I didn't know how to navigate the workforce.
Hmm. Hmm.
Like I didn't know how to like get in there and like get a job because it's like I don't have no education. Like I don't know what to do. Like how am I going to get a job? Like after he leaves because I am leaving him. Like this has to
How
be
much
done.
money did
I
you
am
save up? How many stacks did you snatch?
like 7 bands.
My girlfriend did the same thing. I went to pick her up. She had
Yeah,
a sock full of money.
I saved up like 7 bands from that hoe. I can't even lie. And then the thing is, the bitch be so doped up off lean,
Hmm.
and Bank, what lean is. Everybody
Hmm.
know what lean is.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So like, this motherfucker used to drink so much fucking lean and just be gone off so many fucking pills that it was like it was like 5 years before I knew I was gonna go.
Mhm.
It's like, oh yeah, if I stay very down from going forward, shit, I'm gonna have a couple that, like, you know.
My friend,
So
listen,
that's what I
like a
did.
bougie. My friend, her oldest daughter, the one who has a PhD, who's a doctor now. Her baby daddy, he was smart as hell, but he was street. She said that ninja could do math in his head. When I picked her up, and I'm like, "You good?" She was like, she had like 10 stacks in a sock. She's like, "I've been saving for the last year and a half."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had like I had like 8,200.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't even know because at the time, hey, peep game, bank, I was on fucking Section 8.
Mm-hmm.
They so I'm digging through the like the little laundry baskets and shit, making sure they ain't found. Why the fuck I find 72 more hundred? Man, life was
Let me
over.
tell you, the 90s was good. I don't know what time frame you were at, but the dope gang was on fire in the 90s.
Yeah.
Woo, Jesus. Before
Yeah.
Bush got in the
That
office.
shit changed my life, and it helped me understand who I was, how trifling I was, and but it also helped me, you know, get disciplined. Like,
But you, my niece's
bitch, if you
age,
can do
and she
this,
grew up. She grew up in the
yeah, like,
terrace.
bitch, if you
She
can
grew up in
do
the
this,
terrace.
bitch, you can do anything. Tighten up,
Yep.
bitch. You know what I'm saying? Get your motherfucker life together. And that's what and that motherfucker helped me change my life.
Well, you sound
Like,
like,
that's
you know,
why I ain't fucked up now. That's why I can literally sit back and don't get me wrong, I don't got no house like Nisha and Gerard, but I
right.
don't give a fuck because what I got, it is mine.
But I
It's
know the
mine.
era you grew up in because my niece, the one who passed away, she would have been your age, and that's what she was. She was a street. She knew the streets. Unfortunately, she had to grow up with my sister, so she had to see a lot of things, and she was about it. And we always say, because her son, like I say, he's 24. He's so soft. He's so sweet. He's everything that she would have wanted.
Yeah, my kids is nothing like when I don't tell my kids about the life that I used to live, but like when I give them little tidbit, look like this, like little nuggets, they be looking at me like, what? Like, what are you talking about?
But guess what? Y'all are the younger
and
end.
it's
Y'all
like,
kinda
baby,
straddle-
don't worry about it, baby.
But y'all straddle the Gen X and the millennials, and you got a little bit of both of it. So y'all survivors. So I picture her when I listen to you. I picture that's how she would have been had she been alive. You know, she would have been a go-getter. I couldn't keep her out of the streets because she liked that street life, but she was smart about it. She was
it
about
wasn't nothing that my family could have ever told me. Like, it was times where the only thing that ever scared me was going to jail, and a motherfucker talking about somebody kicking in my door. Other than that, because like, this is the thing. Okay, yeah, I am doing bullshit or whatever, but I'm a woman at the end of the day. I'm soft. I like perfume. I like to get my coochie washed every day. Like, I don't want to be in the joint. I don't want to be in prison.
And Melissa, I love the fact that
I gotta change. Like, I have to change, and it's not because I'm scared of the streets. Because I love the streets.
Melissa, you're in your 30s, right?
Like, I just,
I'm saying you're in your 30s, aren't you?
Yes,
she
early 30s. But you're so mature. I have a hard time remembering. Like, damn, she's only in her 30s. Whoever your people are, they did a great job. They did a great job. The maturity that rolls off, I have to remind myself.
I'm knocking on 50. I can't believe, because I was literally just in my 20s stomping it down in Avondale. You know what I'm talking about, babe?
Melissa, you got to know, and you from Florida, so let me tell you, when I was in Florida in my early 30s, my great nephew's father's from Lakeland, and when he met me, I was 30. He was like, "You ain't got no kids?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "I don't know any women your age that don't have kids." And so I understand, the South. I was enthralled by, the South. I love Florida and Georgia. I love them. But when I have to remind myself, because the maturity that you expose somebody like Olivia, who is older than you,
Well,
I could tell that
I'm
you have.
older. I think I'm older than her by like a couple of years.
But still, but you still have heard.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man, I wouldn't give a fuck if Melisha's 25. That
Right.
woman she got more intellect in her motherfucking big toe than Tuna could ever have. Like, man, the shit that I done been through. Tuna is food to people like me and Melisha.
Mm-hmm.
She's nothing but bae. Like she the type of person that, like, we'll meet a nigga, he'd be so enthralled with our game that we'll find a bitch like Tuna, run through her and ruin her whole life.
But what impresses
Like,
me is that you are a mother of a son and you understand. You understand.
Yeah, she do. It's not gonna do nothing. Like, all it's gonna do is make, like, Tuna. Man, motherfuckers say whatever they want to say. Tuna is an eater.
Yeah.
You sound like
She a bottom feeder. Yeah, like she a bottom feeder. Like, okay, so I'm a humanitarian. Like, in the type of work that I do in my profession, I make sure that vulnerable people are okay. I make sure that the most vulnerable people of our society are fed, well kept, and they survive. But I also live in the underworld. I'm the type of motherfucker that if okay, so outside of my job, you will be food. I will get you. And I'm gonna do you bad too. Like, motherfuckers like, man, I don't give a fuck what my job entails. I don't give a fuck that, okay, I got a job where I make sure vulnerable people are okay. Yeah, I do. But outside of this, man, people like Tuna, they for the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna make sure she get everything she need. Like, I'm gonna make sure she's stationed where she need to be stationed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna play around and nothing. Like, this is not no caseworker type of shit. Like, Tuna has a place.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna put her where she's supposed to be placed.
Cause she just, I feel like I can't say failed. I don't want to use that word.
Because, okay, you can't say failed because this is not a failure.
Yeah.
This is not a failed circumstances. This is, okay, so, like, think about where y'all at in y'all life right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't y'all supposed to be here?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Bank used to be the police, worker for the feds. You know what I'm saying? Good ass government job. That's where the fuck she's supposed to be at. Okay, so where the fuck Tuna end up at, that's where the fuck she's supposed to be. Yeah, Tuna got to get on the track, man.
Gerard interrupted what she was supposed to be. Like somebody just said in the chat, Tuna was on the blade.
I swear he did. And you know what? I hate, because I'm not no divine type of motherfucker or nothing. But I think that's why Gerard life had got fucked up for a minute.
Yeah.
Because he interrupted Tuna's purpose.
Yeah.
Think about it. Tuna was supposed to be on the track. You know what I'm saying? Serving up head and, giving back shots, licking goose, like giving everything that she was supposed to be for a street nigga.
But real talk.
Gerard interrupted. That's why Gerard's life was fucked up for a minute. Because he interrupted Tuna's destiny.
But real talk, Malish, because Olivia been showing her, her tail, her ass, whatever. West Indie Collection is Liv's sister from another mother.
Literally. And guess what? I'm going to tell you something right the fuck now. if I lived in a life that it was unethical for me to do this, man, I'll put them bitches on the track, man. Them hoes make me rich.
Jazz can be your enforcer.
When I tell you the amount of money, because this is a thing, these hoes don't have no type of intellect or nothing. So you could never say, oh, you doing this, you wrong. No, everybody got a purpose, bruh.
Yeah.
Let me just say this: when you decide to start, when you get time to react on Marissa, I got some of her lives downloaded that she deleted. This girl is classic, and she will give Liv a run for her money. She's a train wreck too. There's a plethora of content out here.
Where is the tears? Where's Thomas? Well, I'm getting evicted. He put me out. I gave him $600. The tear.
She is just like Olivia, and she begs every day. Allie, according to Allie, used to be on her neck. Allie's kind of dropped back. She probably got other things going on, but if you pick up the baton, she will give you content for days. Olivia needs to understand she ain't the only one out here clowning. She's right now getting all the attention.
But that's
and I
the
think
thing,
she
like
needs.
Tuna, you're not the only free hoe out here, bitch. I used to live my life like hoe. Bitches like you used to pay for my rentals, ho.
We gonna talk tomorrow.
Bitches like you used to pay. Like I don't even think.
We're gonna do it tomorrow because I want to talk about Tanae because Tanae went off on her mama.
Yeah, Tanae has been a hot mess, hasn't she?
Oh Lord,
that's what I'm saying. Liv. Now listen, this is intentional. Liv, we know she stay up on social media. She wants to be the top dog, and this is where I say we can show her better than we can tell her that you know you are a train wreck, but there are plenty other. You can go and disappear. We'll find
to me
one.
This is nothing but a representative of societal decay.
Unfortunately,
this is societal.
Listen, I've been blessed. Unfortunately, my family, not unfortunately, but my family put out more males than females. Our females, unfortunately, like I lost my niece at 21. I lost another niece at 19 to autoimmune illnesses. So I have one niece. Well, I have two nieces. My brother's daughter. I need to really reach out to her because I talked to her in a minute. But we have a lot of males in my family, and thank God they're all doing well. But my niece, she's a single stay-at-home mom. She has 4 kids. Her daughter, her only girl, is autistic, and she is going 100 for her. Her and her husband both. They sacrificed for this child. And when I see people, and she's the same age as Liv, and when I see Liv doing what she does in West Indy and all these other mommies that are not willing to sacrifice for their kids, it just does something to me. It does something it just really angers me. But on the flip side of that, they're entertainment. If we're going to put your life out here for us to discuss, we're going to discuss it. But Liv thinks that she's top dog because of the top three, Chrissy, Jazz, and her. She's the only one that's really acting a fool, doing the fool. But we see it. We see there's others out there.
And that's why you're different from Young Mellow. You're different from Shamar, the Apple Store girl. Like this is literally people who are, and I'm not necessarily saying that I want this to come back because shit, I'll probably be a part of this bullshit. But like years ago, there would be like insane asylums for people like this.
Yeah.
And Liv wants to talk about when I don't want to turn this political, but because she's ignorant and she doesn't understand that the party that she is, tilting towards will take away every right that she has, and they put her up as the poster. But that's the gag.
Right.
That's the gag that she's that ignorant.
Tony, your kids ain't even. Tony, your kids is fake white passing. But the problem is that Kalani and AJ got black features.
Mm-hmm.
They got black features, and their hair is not white neither.
Mm-hmm.
A cup of water and a brush would do miracles.
A cup of water and a brush would be like Negroid. Oh yeah, throw them in the alligator Alcatraz.
She's
I'm just
gonna
saying,
have
though,
a whole hard time because
mm-hmm.
if she got Medicaid or Medicare, that is gone.
Right. You got Governor Hot Wheels. She's sitting up under Governor Hot Wheels talking her ear.
Mm-hmm.
This girl's ignorant. She needs to be in a blue state for all the shenanigans
there is no
pulls.
hope.
For all the shenanigans she pulls, she need to be in a blue state. She need to have her tail out in California, but she's too dumb to realize that.
Mm-hmm.
This hoe said, "Do you not love your country? Why do you have a problem?" Hey, you know what's sad? It's that every motherfucker in that chat didn't even care enough to understand that she is a direct opposition to their humanity.
And she doesn't understand she's been touched by a black man.
Opposition to who they are as human beings. They didn't even care.
The one thing she want to address is that she knows that she ain't no good for no black man. Or not black man, white man. She knows. She doesn't. Yeah. She knows that, but she sells this bill of goods that she is dirt underneath their shoes. They will never look at her. They will never advocate for her or her children. The ones that are dark skinned or the ones that are light skinned. She doesn't get that. And the thing is, she tries to sell this narrative. And again, black women are clocking her. We can clock this stuff. And that's why she has a problem with us. She has a couple of Captain Save-A-Hoes in her chat. You know, in Wolf, he ain't even a black man. Wolf, listen, she had a lot. She did a video and she's talking about this married man that's in her DMs. I knew she was talking about Wolf. Well, Wolf is pay to play. He's trolling her. He's trolling her to pay her. He dropped $100 in, was it might have been $50, but it was $50 or $100 in one of the reactors chat. She doesn't, well, I think she got it. She's salty about it because what was her name, Malish? The one who came up on your panel? She clocked Wolf. And he could not.
Madison, yeah.
He couldn't stand the heat. And I learned that as a young black woman. I remember, I remember I was in my early 20s and I realized white men are scared of black women. Mm-hmm. They don't like our mouth. They say we're being loud.
Like they're intimidated. So like what pissed me off was when like he was like saying nigga. Okay, so like I used to be like an aide, like a home health aide, and then like I was like a fucking CNA. So it's like I understood and I could tell like the way that like white people move. And I mean I've been new. I mean
we've been in the house. We've been in the house. We know them.
Exactly. Like, you know what I'm saying? So you kind of get a gauge of the way that like white people behave, the way they talk to you, the way that they behave around you. Like they'll even give you money because of you know, due to like their superiority complex and thinking that you like are beneath them. And they'll use you as a laughing stock. Like they'll literally use you as a laughing stock.
I worked with a bunch. I was in a room, and sometimes there would just be the two of us or the four of us, and I had to work, and I was one of two. And that's been my whole life. I'll never forget, I was a freshman in a business law class, and somebody asked a question, why do all the black people sit together? And I raised my hand. I said, oh, y'all sit together?
Right.
So, you know, my thing is this. I'm comfortable in my skin. Every lifetime, I would choose to be a black woman. We are special.
Hell yeah. Absolutely. Fucking powerful and divine. So like 5 or 6 years ago, I had took this lady, and this is like when I had first left my ex-husband. And like, I don't know, I ain't had no education. I ain't know what to do. Like, I just took any job, you know, so I could leave my ex-husband. And She's like, I notice all you guys, you guys make sure we're okay, and you guys make sure that um we get to our house and make sure we're fine. She's like, one thing I noticed about black people and white people? I said, what? She said, I noticed that we're all the same.
Hmm.
I said, no, we're
Imagine that.
not. I said, no, we're not. And she said, what do you mean? You're just like me. I said, I'm nothing like you. My people, we're not like you. Like it's like the things that they say and the way that they talk. It's like they want you to behave different or act different. Like I told her immediately. She's like, we're just all the same. We all love God. I said, I don't.
I'm glad you did that because I used to have them in stitches
And she was like, what do you mean you don't love God? I said, I don't know any gods. She's like, black people are so loving and they're so kind.
We know how to read the room, sis.
I said, I'm not. And she's like, you don't care about me or my kids.
When I clock out, I don't give a fuck.
And I told her, and I swear, in so many, she said, but you made sure I got up to my room and I laid down.
Because I was going to check.
Period. I said, well, because they pay me to be here.
Thank you. And guess what? I have met some allies as far as they can be allies. They don't really get the whole picture, but they at least try. I was tired of educating those women. I was to the point where, I would tell them straight up. I was to the point where I had no fucks to give. And they knew it. And they knew it. And they respect. And you know what? Call it a bully. Call it, being a bigger personality. My supervisor one day tried to shush me for being angry. You know what I said? I gave you the grace of not airing you out in front of everybody. I said, but you would never talk to me like that ever again in a meeting because I will take it there. This is pre-Trump, pre-DEI, decimation. I said, I will take it there. And I work for a public university. I will take it there. You will never talk to me that way. If I have an opinion, it's not about me being aggressive. It's not about me being angry. It's about me having an opinion. And you will respect it. If you can't respect it, then you will pay the cost. She never messed with me again. Never.
Mm-hmm.
Never. You're not going to use that angry black woman trope on me. We get shit done. We make sure shit happen. We make sure you can be my supervisor.
Hey,
my people make sure you can be my supervisor.
Yeah, this whole fucking world will crumble, bitch. Fuck you.
That's why we're going through what we're going through now because the 92%. And I'm part of the 92% proudly.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I am not a humanitarian. I want everybody to have what they want, with their piece of happiness. If that means being on a land in Colorado with no black people around you, I want you to have that. I want you to have that.
Okay, so, bang, check this. I had a motherfucker in Hyde Park, right? These motherfuckers had so much fucking money. Keep in mind, you know where the fuck Hyde Park is.
Yes, ma'am.
On top of a motherfucking hill. Don't get me wrong. I'm not. I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. So I already know, like, oh, these motherfuckers got money. They got bread. But I know the way these motherfuckers work. So like, oh yeah, this is my mom. You can lay downstairs, and I'm like, yeah, where the bell at? Because I want to make sure everything cool. You know, the bitch called me. I'ma be there. You know, fuck her. This
Hello.
bitch called me.
Mm-hmm.
This was like, you're ignoring me. I said, look, baddie. Cause I don't do all that miss shit and Betty this, Miss Ann. I don't do that. She's like, how come you didn't come when I called you? Shit, bitch, I'm overlooking the river, bitch. Fuck you.
Yeah, let me tell you. I was in what was called a field training program. That's what you have to do to be a police officer. And I caught on quick because mama didn't raise no dummy. I struggled, and that means I had an FTO. That means I had my FTO was a white guy, and he was so disrespectful. One day, I had a clipboard. We would write our reports out on clipboards. Don't you know he tossed that? Well, he threw the clipboard at me. I said, "We need to head up to the district," and he was like, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, because I'm getting up out of your car." I said, "You ain't throwing shit at me." I walked right into the supervisor's
Mm.
office. I said, "I will give you everything that I have on me, all my equipment. I'm done." I said, "I will never be disrespected again." I don't profess to be the baddest bitch. I never have. I've been that person to get along, especially in the time that I was coming up in law enforcement, being a woman, let alone a black woman. There was very few of them.
Yeah,
But you're not going to disrespect me because that's something my mother taught me from day one, A1. You're not going to
absolutely.
disrespect me. They begged me to stay, and I am not just saying that because I have an audience here listening to me, because they needed that diversity. And I always
Mm-hmm.
said, when I decided to be a cop, oh, you're going to be one of the boys. I said, somebody's got to be there. Somebody's got to be there to speak truth to power. And let me just be clear, very transparent and honest with you. Some people may find this hard to believe, but some of the best people I worked with. This is gonna knock you back on your heels, Black and Beauty. And some of you in the chat maybe with some of the white guys that I worked with. The worst way I've ever seen a black person being treated was by another black man. It was kind of like Boys in the Hood. And I
Hey,
read
I
him for filth
swear.
afterwards. I read him for
I
filth
swear.
afterwards. And let me tell you, those
Mm-hmm.
clear people, the clear women, they had it easy. They were partying with their FTOs. They were skating through the program, and I was going through all this stress and this strain and doubting whether I was supposed to be here. And it almost
Yeah.
made me want to quit. And it left a taste in my mouth that the reason why I didn't stay in that profession. But I respected all the ones who have, and I have friends who have retired as sergeants, lieutenants, in that profession. But it was a hard road to toe. And I bowed out because I had to do that for my sanity. But at the end of the day,
Yeah.
I when I was there, I stood 10 toes down and I saw the brotherhood amongst black men. That's why I cry and I weep when I see this manosphere stuff. Because let me tell you, some of the best people I had also worked with were black men. They always backed me up. They always made sure they showed up for me. And we lost that somehow with this whole thing
Yeah,
about
I
we're all
always had
equal.
like white
Mhm.
males stand up for me.
Yeah, I
Like
have
I've
them
been in
too.
organizations
Hmm.
where white males have been like, no way. We're vouching for her. We love her. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it-
yeah,
but
I've never had black men stand
but
up for me
at the
ever.
end of the day, and that's where I think that, because she has such limited life experience, that's why she doesn't get out that side of that apartment. She doesn't live her life. She doesn't understand that there is something beyond Gerard and him taking her kids. Yes, that is a low point. That is something that you should mourn for. That is something that you should be sad about.
Yeah.
But but it's also something you can rise above. And going back to, because I see Black and Bougie drop, but
Yeah.
I just want to say, Liv's problem is that she can't rise above that moment, and it all comes back to her. This is not a black or white issue. This is a Liv issue. She can't rise above her own pride, her own deficiencies. and unfortunately, I personally believe that she will never come to that. She will
Yeah.
be here for you, Malish, to make money off of. And I say this with all my heart and my chest. Some people say, oh, they get all of their pennies in a bunch, but she says, you make money off of me. If it wasn't for me, you would make money. Make that money, sis. Keep doing your lives on her. Keep getting the clicks and the views. If she wants to be a mule for us, then let her.
Yeah.
Go ahead and talk about her. Do your thing because she doesn't get the big picture. I don't care if AdSense only pays me a $50 or $100. It pays a bill. It buys a meal. It
Yeah.
gets me some shoes. It gets me something. I'm making some money off of her fuckery. And that's what she doesn't get. And besides sticking it to us, she should want better for her seed. I couldn't imagine. Listen, again, I very clear. I have not pushed out a baby. I've heard how it feels to push out a baby. But if I'm going to bring life into this world, you best believe I'm going to be invested. I'm going to be
Yeah.
invested. And that's why I do admire you. I know you're a single mom. You're out here doing your thing. You're talking my talk. This is why I gravitate to you. This is why I gravitate to a lot of the reactors, whether they're single moms, whether they're married, but they have a grasp of life. And Liv does not have that. She's living in a fantasy world. And it's sad for her kids. It's really, and when I say her kids, I'm specifically talking about AJ and Kalani. Kalani, honestly, AJ has grown on me. He grew me a while ago. Kalani is starting to grow on me. Heaven help, this last child. We'll see where it goes because she's
Yeah.
entering into the jail phase. But I understand that a lost soul out here is susceptible and is prey to the evils of this world. Olivia does not understand this. She's opening the door to these men coming into these kids' lives, impacting their lives, and we're highlighting this and don't stop doing this, Malish.
I'm
Like
not.
I said, I try to look at you as a role, not as a, well, I guess you could say a role model. You could be younger than me and be a role model. And I keep saying to myself, if she can crank this out, you don't care if there's 18 people in your live
Oh
chat
yeah.
or whether it's 1,800 in your live chat. Somebody's listening. So
Yeah.
even if you ever feel like maybe I shouldn't be doing this, keep doing this because I've seen your numbers grow. I've seen it. I've seen it by little, increment by increment, and you have a plan and you have a path, you have intention. And that's something that is in you. And I gravitate to that. So I do appreciate you. And I do thank you for having me up on
Thank
this panel.
you.
But it's late. So I'm going to go ahead and drop down. I'm going to let you close out this session.
Okay.
And we're going to see what Liv has for us tomorrow. But when you can get
Right.
to West Indy or
Oh, we
Marissa,
gonna do that tomorrow because
if you need something, I got it. I got quite a bit
okay.
of stuff. Like I have like whole lives because she deleted a lot of live and she has some
I
classics.
figured that.
Girl. She got some classics out there, and I have
Oh,
quite a
yeah.
few of them, if not clips. I'll make sure I get them to you. But I'm gonna
Okay.
go ahead and drop down. I'm gonna let Black and Bougie close it out for you. Okay?
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
No
Thanks,
problem.
mate.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Hello. Black
Hey,
and Blue.
Malik.
Yeah. I know. I was like, wait, where are they?
Yeah, it's okay, babe. Yeah, I'm a listen from here on out.
Okay. But I was saying tomorrow, me and my friend, we're gonna have a domestic violence crime story tomorrow. So it's gonna be about our friend, our mutual friend, who passed away in 2013. So we're gonna talk about that tomorrow. We're gonna talk about it around
I'll be
3.
here, baby.
Yeah, we gonna talk about it. I didn't. For the first time, I read what happened. I didn't read it or nothing. I read it yesterday, so I was like, I want to talk about it because there are women who they just turn a blind eye. They don't know, or. So we're gonna talk about it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
So she'll
And
be
I
up.
appreciate that about you, baby.
You're welcome.
That's very important. I like how you touch on topics that are not necessarily popular, in this raggedy ass fucking sector. So
You're welcome.
Thank you, dear.
You're welcome. But
I appreciate you, huh?
You're welcome. And then I'm gonna try to do Marissa and Tanae tomorrow. I gotta talk about that live with Tanae because I'm confused.
I'm confused, baby. You're just smart. One thing that I noticed about those of us that know what's going on, you get called crazy.
Yes.
Because you know what's going on too early. So it's like excuse me. So like when some shit bad and it's gonna get bad,
yeah,
you get called crazy for calling it out too soon. But like when you call it out too soon, you call all these names. But then when it happens, it's like, oh, like, you know, then everybody's silent.
Yeah.
Girl, please. We know what's going on, baby.
Yeah.
That's okay, dear. Thank you, Malish.
Thank you. I see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for coming up here.
No,
I appreciate
you,
y'all. It was fun. We're gonna have to do this again.
I'll see you soon, dear.
All right. Good night. All right, y'all. I'm finna end it. I know it's late. I'll be back tomorrow. I want to thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. We're gonna have to do this again. I think we should do this Saturday. If everybody not busy Saturday, we can have fun on Saturday. And don't forget Sunday, we doing a recap of Real Housewives of Atlanta. It's gonna get a little messy the first episode. I want to thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Bye.